Yeah.
I think I'm going to start talking in a couple minutes. Yeah, bust out one.
Starting. George Eddie Mustard Doggy.
Am I on? There. Oh, there I am. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kelsey Bates. I'm the director of the Rosenbach Museum, and welcome to Trinity church. Welcome to the indoor Bloomsday. And I'll tell you right now, I'm very happy that we called this for indoors today because it is raining pretty well outside. Thank you all for being here. We have a wonderful day full of readings for you. There are other things going on in this space today. We have community partners who are around the perimeter here of our space. And we have some special treats in the back as well, including some merchandise, a whiskey tasting, and some special beer, which I'll talk about in just a minute. And we also have a membership table out here in the front. This room is going to be a busy room today. And because we're inside, it has a little bit more of a reverberating sound. And so while I would ask all of you to please be respectful of our readers, I would also remember that it's never going to be super quiet. So in that spirit, I hope we can all come around and enjoy a very vibrant, exciting day today here at the Rosenbach at Trinity Center. So the first thing I want to do is to start us off is to thank our sponsors. Many of them have readers here today representing their organizations. Their generous support allows us to offer the best Bloomsday in the country. Can I get a round of applause for that? Thank you. They also allow it to be completely free of charge. So thank you to those sponsors. Thank you. Those sponsors are Sláinte Irish Whiskey, and they are right here in the back. The Consulate General of Ireland's Emigrant Support Program, Steiner and Perry Lerner. Lenny's right here in the front. Jim Conmy, Alix, Gerz, and George Matysik, and the South Jersey Celtic Society. Let's give them all a round of applause. I also want to thank Attic Brewing for their collaboration for our first ever Bloomsday beer. It is called The Sacred Pint, and you'll find it in the back. For our community partners tabling to all around the room here, stop by their tables, ask them about their work, put your name on their email lists. They're great community partners, and we're glad they're here today to support us. Additional thanks to our staff. They worked really hard, and not only did they have a whole plan for Bloomsday on Delancey Place, they had a whole plan for Bloomsday inside here, and that they're working on both plans at the exact same time. And at some point yesterday, we said, we're going with the rain plan, and they shifted, they pivoted everything in here. And a lot of their work is, we had to cancel our vendor food trucks. So even though we did that, we welcome you to bring in food into the space today. But I want to thank especially Chelsea Sands, who is our Bloomsday project manager. Chelsea's in the back. Let's give her a hand. And three other people who really have supported Chelsea and supported all of us as they've planned this event. Amy Osterhout, Ed Pettit, and Isabel Stephen. Let's give them a hand. And I want to thank the Rosenbach's Board of Directors for always supporting this event every year, for showing up, for being excited, for being readers. And if you see a Rosenbach board member today, give them a hand and tell them thanks. But in particular, I want to thank Steiner. Lenny Steiner, who's here in the front row, this was her last year as a board member. She has been a board member for many years, but she is the Bloomsday chair and has been for many years. I like to call her our North Star. She is the one who encourages us. She provides support. She tells us how to pronounce things that we don't know how to pronounce in Ulysses. So she does many, many things and wears many hats. And I think we should give her a huge round of applause now. And she's not going anywhere. She's coming back next year. So I think we're ready to start. Ed, we ready? All right, let's get it going. Thanks, everybody.
Andromoi enepe musa, polutropon hos malapola plangthe, epitroies hieron toliathrona perse. Polandonthroponiden astia kai noan egno, poladogen pantoipathen algia hon katathumon, ar numenos hete psukein kai nostonetiron, alut hositaros erosato hiamenos per. Auton gar svetoraisen atas thaliaisen olanto, napioi, hoi katabus huperionos ealioio aestheon. Autar hotoisen aphelitonos demon emar. Ton hamothenga thea thugater dios, epe kai hemen. Enthalimam pantes hosai fugone ponolethron oikoe san, polimante pufugates ede thalasan. Ton dian nostu kakremenon edi gunaikos, numphe potnia ruke kalupso, dia theaon spacey glaphoraisi, lila omene posen enai. Alhote de etos eilthe periplomenon eni auton, to hoi epicosanto theoi oikandena esthai eis etha kain, ud entha pefugmenos eana ethlon kaimeta oisi phaloisi. Theloi delarum hapantes nosvi pose daonos, hodas sperches mena einen antitha oi odusei, paros hengayan hikesthai. Tell me, Muse, of the man versatile and resourceful who wandered many a sea mile after he ransacked Troy's holy city. Many the men whose towns he observed, whose minds he discovered, many the pains in his heart he suffered, traversing the seaway, fighting for his own life and a way back home for his comrades. Not even so did he save his companions as much as he wished to, for by their own mad recklessness they were brought to destruction, childish fools. They decided to eat up the cows of the High Lord Helios. He then took from the men the day of returning. Even for us, holy daughter of Zeus, start there to recount this. Then were the others, whoever escaped from the sheer destruction, all in their homes, since they had escaped from the war in the deep sea. Only the one still yearned to go home, still wanted his woman. Queenly Calypso, a nymph and illustrious goddess, was holding him in her spacious cavern. She wanted to make him her husband. But when the year came round in the course of the seasons revolving, wherein the gods had spun as his destiny, making the journey homeward to Ithaca, once he was there, he did not escape trials, even among his own friends. All the gods took pity upon him, all but Poseidon, who hated with deep, unquenchable anger godlike Odysseus until he arrived at last in his country. Happy Bloomsday, everybody.
Stately, plump Buck Mulligan came from the stairhead, bearing a bowl of lather on which a mirror and a razor lay crossed. A yellow dressing gown, ungirdled, was sustained gently behind him on the mild morning air. He held the bowl aloft and intoned, "In troio bo at altari Dei." Halted, he peered down the dark winding stairs and called out coarsely, "Come up, Kinch, come up, you fearful Jesuit." Solemnly, he came forward and mounted the round gun rest. He faced about and blessed gravely thrice the tower, the surrounding land, the awaking mountains. Then, catching sight of Stephen Dedalus, he bent towards him and made rapid crosses in the air, gurgling in his throat and shaking his head. Stephen Dedalus, displeased and sleepy, leaned his arms on the top of the staircase and looked coldly at the shaking, gurgling face that blessed him, equine in its length, and at the light, untonsured hair, grained and hued like pale oak. Buck Mulligan peeped an instant under the mirror and then covered the bowl smartly. "Back to barracks," he said sternly. He added in a preacher's tone, "For this, O dearly beloved, is the genuine Christine, body and soul and blood and ounds. Slow music, please. Shut your eyes, gents. One moment. A little trouble about those white corpuscles. Silence, all." He peered sideways up and gave a long, slow whistle of call, then paused a while in rapt attention, his even white teeth glistening here and there in gold points. "Chrysostomus." Two strong, shrill whistles answered through the calm. "Thanks, old chap," he cried briskly. "That'll do nicely. Switch off the current, will you?" He skipped off the gun rest and looked gravely at his watcher, gathering about his legs the loose folds of his gown. The plump, shadowed face and sullen oval jowl recalled a prelate, patron of arts in the Middle Ages. A pleasant smile broke quietly over his lips. "The mockery of it," he said gaily. "Your absurd name, an ancient Greek." He pointed his finger in friendly jest and went over to the parapet, laughing to himself. Stephen Dedalus stepped up, followed him wearily halfway, and sat down on the edge of the gun rest, watching him still as he propped his mirror on the parapet, dipped the brush in the bowl, and lathered cheek and neck. Buck Mulligan's gay voice went on. "My name is absurd too. Malachi Mulligan, 2 dactyls. But it has a Hellenic ring, hasn't it? Tripping and sunny like the Buck himself. We must go to Athens. Will you come if I can get the aunt to fork out 20 quid? He laid the brush aside and, laughing with delight, cried, "Will he come, the Jejune Jesuit?" Ceasing, he began to shave with care. "Tell me, Mulligan," Stephen said quietly. "Yes, my love. How long is Haynes going to stay in this tower?" Buck Mulligan showed a shaven cheek over his right shoulder. "God, isn't he dreadful?" he said frankly. "A ponderous Saxon. He thinks you're not a gentleman. God, these bloody English, bursting with money and indigestion. Because he comes from Oxford. You know, Dedalus, you have the real Oxford manner. He can't make you out. Oh, my name for you is the best. Kinch, the knife blade." He shaved warily over his chin. "He was raving all night about a Black Panther," Stephen said. "Where's his gun case?" "A woeful lunatic," Mulligan said. "Were you in a funk?" "I was," Stephen said, with energy and growing fear. "Out here in the dark with a man I don't know, raving and moaning to himself about shooting a Black Panther. You saved men from drowning. I'm not a hero, however. If he stays on here, I am off." Buck Mulligan frowned at the lather on his razor blade. He hopped down from his perch and began to search his trouser pockets hastily. "Scutter!" he cried thickly.
He came over to the gun rest and, thrusting a hand into Stephen's upper pocket, said, "Lend us a loan of your nose rag to wipe my razor." Stephen suffered him to pull out and hold up on show by its corner a dirty, crumpled handkerchief. Buck Mulligan wiped the razor blade neatly. Then, gazing over the handkerchief, he said, "The bard's nose rag, a new art color for our Irish poets, is not green. You can almost taste it, can you?" He mounted to the parapet again and gazed out over Dublin Bay, his fair oak pale hair stirring slightly. "God," he said quietly, "isn't the sea what Algy calls it, a great sweet mother? The snot-green sea, the scrotum-tightening sea, epi oinopa ponton. Ah, Daedalus, the Greeks, I must teach you. You must read them in the original Talata. She is our great sweet mother. Come and look." Stephen stood up and went over to the parapet. Leaning on it, he looked down on the water and on the mailboat clearing the hard mouth of Kingstown. "Our mighty mother," Buck Mulligan said. He turned abruptly, his gray searching eyes from the sea to Stephen's face. "The aunt thinks you killed your mother," he said. "That's why she won't let me have anything to do with you." "Someone killed her," Stephen said gloomily. "You could have knelt down, damn it. Kinch, when your dying mother asks you," Buck Mulligan said. "I am Hyperborean as much as you. But to think of your mother begging you with her last breath of kneel down and pray for her, and you refused. There is something sinister in you." He broke off and lathered again lightly his father's cheek. A tolerant smile curled his lips. "But a lovely mummer," he murmured to himself. "Kinch, the loveliest mummer of them all." He shaved evenly and with care in silence, seriously. Stephen, an elbow rested on the jagged granite, leaned his palm against his brow and gazed at the fraying edge of his shiny black coat sleeve. Pain that was not yet the pain of love fretted his heart. Silently, in a dream she had come to him after her death, her wasted body within its loose brown grave clothes, giving off an odor of wax and rosewood. Her breath that had bent upon him, mute, reproachful, a faint odor of wetted ashes. Across the Thurber cottage, he saw the sea hailed as a great sweet mother by the well-fed boys beside him. The ring of bay and the skyline held a dull green mass of liquid. A bowl of white china had stood beside her deathbed, holding the green sluggish bile which she had torn up from her rotting liver by fits of loud groaning vomiting. Buck Mulligan wiped again his razor blade. "Ah, poor dog's body," he said in a kind voice. "I must give you a shirt and a few nose rags. How are the second-hand bricks?" "They fit well enough," Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan attacked the hollow beneath his underlip. "The mockery of it," he said contentedly. "Second leg they shout be. God knows what proxy Bowsy left them off. I have a lovely pair with a hair stripe gray. You will look spiffing in them. I am not joking, kid. You look damn well when you are dressed. Thanks, Stephen said. I can't wear them if they are gray. He can wear them, Buck Mulligan told his face in the mirror. Etiquette is etiquette. He kills his mother, but he can't wear gray trousers.
An old woman came forward and stood by Stephen's elbow. "That's a lovely morning, sir," she said. "Glory be to God." "To whom?" Mulligan said, glancing at her. "Ah, to be sure." Stephen reached back and took the milk jug from the locker. "The islanders," Mulligan said to Haynes casually, "speak frequently of the collector of prepuces." "How much, sir?" asked the old woman. "A quart," Stephen said. He watched her pour into the measure and thence into the jug rich white milk, not hers. Old shrunken paps. She poured again a measure and a tilly. Old and secret, she had entered from a morning world, maybe a messenger. She praised the goodness of the milk, pouring it out. Crouching by a patient cow at daybreak in the lush field, a witch on her toadstool, her wrinkled fingers quick at the squirting dugs. They lowed about her whom they knew, dew silky cattle, silk of the kine and poor old woman, names given her in old times, a wandering crone, lowly form of an immortal serving her conqueror and her gay betrayer, their common cuck queen, a messenger from the secret morning. To serve or to upbraid, whether he could not tell, but scorned to beg her favor. "It is indeed, ma'am," Buck Mulligan said, pouring milk into their cups. "Taste it, sir," she said. He drank at her bidding. "If we could live on good food like that," he said to her somewhat loudly, "we wouldn't have the country full of rotten teeth and rotten guts, living in a bog swamp, eating cheap food, and the streets paved with dust, horse dung, and consumptive spits." "Are you a medical student, sir?" the old woman asked. "I am, ma'am," Buck Mulligan answered. "Look at that now," she said. Stephen listened in scornful silence. She bows her old head to a voice that speaks to her loudly, her bone setter, her medicine man. Me, she slights. To the voice that will shrive and oil for the grave, all there is of her but her woman's unclean loins, of man's flesh made not in God's likeness, the serpent's prey, and to the loud voice that now bids her be silent with wondering, unsteady eyes. "Do you understand what he says?" Stephen asked her. "Is it French you're talking, sir?" the old woman said to Haynes. Haynes spoke to her again a longer speech, confidently. "Irish," Buck Mulligan said. "Is there Gaelic on you?" "I thought it was Irish," she said, "by the sound of it. Are you from the West, sir?" "I am an Englishman," Haynes answered. "He's English," Buck Mulligan said, "and he thinks we ought to speak Irish in Ireland."
"What is your idea of Hamlet?" Haynes asked Stephen. "No, no," Buck Mulligan shouted in pain. "I'm not equal to Thomas Aquinas and the 55 reasons he has made out to prop it up. Wait till I've had a few pints in me first." He turned to Stephen, saying as he pulled down neatly the peaks of his primrose waistcoat, "You couldn't manage it in under 3 pints, Kinch, could you?" "It has waited so long," Stephen said listlessly. "It can wait longer." "You piqued my curiosity," Haynes said amiably. "Is it some paradox?" "Pooh," Buck Mulligan said. "We have grown out of wild and paradoxes. It's quite simple. He proves by algebra that Hamlet's grandson is Shakespeare's grandfather and that he himself is the ghost of his own father." "What?" Haynes said, beginning to point at Stephen. "He himself?" Buck Mulligan slung his towel stole-wise round his neck and, bending in loose laughter, said in Stephen's ear, "O shade of Kinch the elder, Japhet, in search of a father." "We're always tired in the morning," Stephen said to Haines, "and it is rather long to tell." Buck Mulligan came forward, raised his hands. "The sacred pint alone can unbind the tongue of Daedalus," he said. "I mean to say," Haines exclaimed to Stephen as they followed the tower, "and these cliffs remind me somehow of Elsinore that beetles o'er his base unto the sea, isn't it?" Buck Mulligan turned suddenly for an instant toward Stephen, but said nothing. In the bright, silent instant, Stephen saw his own image in cheap, dusty mourning between their gay attires. "It's a wonderful tale," Haines said, bringing them to a halt again. Eyes, pale as the sea. The wind had freshened, paler, firm, and prudent. The sea's ruler, he gazed southwards over the bay, empty save for a smoke plume from a mail boat vague on the bright skyline, and a sail tacking by the Muglins. "I read a theological interpretation of it somewhere," he said, bemused. "The father and the son idea, the son striving to be atoned for the father." Buck Mulligan at once put on a blithe, broadly smiling face. He looked at them, his well-shaped mouth open happily, his eyes from which he had suddenly withdrawn all shrewd sense blinking with mad gaiety. He moved a doll's head to and fro, the brims of his Panama hat quivering, and began to chant in a quiet, happy, foolish voice, "I'm the queerest young fellow that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner I cannot agree, so here's to disciples and Calvary." He held up a forefinger of warning. "If anyone thinks that I ain't divine, he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine, but have to drink water and wish it were plain that I'll make the wine when the wine becomes water again." He tugged swiftly at Stephen's ash plant in farewell, and running forward to the brow of the cliff, fluttered his hands at his sides like fins or wings of one about to rise in the air, and chanted, "Goodbye now, goodbye, write down all I said. Tell Tom, Dick, and Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone cannot fail me to fly. And Olivet's breezy, goodbye now, goodbye." He capered before them, down towards the 40-foot hole, fluttering his wing-like hands, leaping nimbly, Mercury's hat quivering in the fresh wind that bore back to them his brief bird-sweet cries. Haines, who had been laughing guardedly, walked on beside Stephen and said, "Well, we oughtn't to laugh, I suppose. He's rather blasphemous. I'm not a believer myself, that is to say. Still, his gaiety takes some of the harm out of it somehow, doesn't it? What did he call it, Joseph the joiner?" "The Ballad of Joking Jesus," Stephen answered. "Oh," Haines said. "Have you heard it before?" "3 times a day, after meals," Stephen said dryly. "You're not a believer, are you?" Haines asked. "I mean, a believer in the narrow sense of the word. Creation from nothing and miracles and a personal God." "There's only one sense of the word, it seems to me," Stephen said.
I'm the queerest young fellow that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner I cannot agree. So here's to disciples and Calvary. If anyone thinks that I ain't divine, he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine, but have to drink water and wish it were plain that I make when the wine wine becomes water again. Goodbye now, goodbye, write down all I said, and tell Tom, Dick, and Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone cannot fail me to fly, and Olivet's breezy. Goodbye now, goodbye.
A stick struck the door, and a voice in the corridor called, "Hockey!" They broke asunder, sidling out of their benches, leaping them. Quickly they were gone, and from the lumber room came the rattle of sticks and clamor of their boots and tongues. Sergeant, who alone had lingered, came forward slowly, showing an open copybook. His thick hair and scraggly neck gave witness of the unreadiness, and through his misty glasses, weak-eyed looked up pleading. On his cheek, dull and bloodless, a soft stain of ink lay, date-shaped, recent, and damp as a snail's bed. He held out his copybook. The word "sums" was written on the headline. Beneath were sloping figures, and at the foot, a crooked signature with blind loops and a blot. Cyril Sargent, his name and seal. Mr. Deasy told me to write them out all again, he said, and show them to you, sir. Stephen touched the edges of the book. Futility. Do you understand how to do them now, he asked. Numbers 11 to 15, Sargent answered. Miss Deasy said that I was to copy them off the board, sir. Can you do them yourself, Stephen asked. No, sir. Ugly and futile, lean neck and thick hair, and a stain of ink, a snail's bed. Yet someone had loved him, borne him in her arms and in her heart. But for her, the race of the world would have trampled him underfoot, a squished, boneless snail. She had loved his weak, watery blood drained from her own. Was then that real, the only true thing in life, his mother's prostrate body and the fiery Columbus and the holy zeal best road? She was no more. The trembling skeleton of a twig burnt in the fire, an odor of rosewood and wetted ashes. She had saved him from being trampled underfoot and had gone, scarcely having been. A poor soul, gone to heaven, and on a hearth beneath winking stars a fox, red reek of rampant in his fur, with merciless bright eyes scaped in the earth, listened, scaped up the earth, listened, scraped, and scraped. Sitting at his side, Stephen solved out the problem. He proves by algebra that Shakespeare's ghost is Hamlet's grandfather. Sergeant peers ascendance through his slanted glasses, honey sticks rattled in the lumber room, the hollow knock of a ball and calls from the field. Across the page, the symbols moved in grave mourners in the memory of their letters, wearing quaint caps of squares and cubes. Given hands, traverse bow to partner, so imps of fancy of the Moors. Gone too from the world, of Ursus and Moses Mataranos, dark men and mean in the world, of Ursus, Moses, dark men in their mien and their movement, flashing in their mocking mirrors the obscure soul of the world, a darkness shining in brightness, which brightness could not comprehend. Do you understand now? Can you work the second for yourself? Yes, sir. In long, shaky strokes, Sargent copied the data. Waiting always for a word of help, his hands moved faithfully, the unsteady symbols, a faint hue of shame flickering beneath his dull skin, a more macha, subjective and objective Gentile. With her weak blood and Wysore milk, she had fed him and hid from sight of others his swaddling bands. Like him was I, these sloping shoulders, this gracelessness. My childhood bends beside me. Too far for me to lay a hand there once or lightly. Mine is far, and his secret as our eyes. Secrets, silent, stony, sit in the dark palaces of both of our hearts. Secrets, weary of their tyranny, tyrants, willing to be dethroned. The sum was done. It is very simple, Stephen said as he stood up. Yes, sir. Thank you, Sargent answered. He dried the page with a sheet of thin blotting paper and carried his copybook back to his bench. You had better get your stick and go out to the others, Stephen said as he followed towards the boy's graceless form. Yes, sir. In the corridor, his name was heard, called from the playfield. Sergeant, run on, Stephen said. Miss Deasy is calling you. Thank you.
Happy Bloomsday. Stale, smoky air hung in the study with the smell of drab, abraded leather of its chairs. As on the first day, he bargained with me here. As it was in the beginning, is now. On the sideboard, the tray of Stuart coins, base treasure of a bog, and ever shall be, and snug in their spoon case of purple plush, faded, the 12 apostles having preached to all the Gentiles, world without end. A hasty step over the stone porch, and in the corridor, blowing out his rare mustache, Mr. Deasy halted at the table. First, our little financial settlement, he said. He brought out of his coat a pocketbook bound by a leather thong. It slapped open, and he took from it 2 notes, one of joined halves, and laid them carefully on the table. 2, he said, strapping and stowing his pocketbook away. And now his strong room for the gold. Stephen's embarrassed hand moved over the shells, heaped in the cold stone mortar, whelks and money cowries and leopard shells, and this whirled as an emir's turban, and this the scallop of St. James, an old pilgrim's hoard, dead treasure, hollow shells. A sovereign fell, bright and new, on the soft pile of the tablecloth. 3, Mr. Deasy said, turning his little savings box about in his hand. These are handy things to have, see? This is for sovereigns, this is for shillings, 6pences, half-crowns, and here crowns, see? He shot from it 2 crowns and 2 shillings. 3.12, he said. I think you'll find that's right. Thank you, sir, Stephen said, gathering the money together with shy haste and putting it all in a pocket of his trousers. No thanks at all, Mr. Deasy said. You have earned it. Stephen's hand, free again, went back to the hollow shells. Symbols, too, of beauty and of power. A lump in my pocket. Symbols soiled by greed and misery. Don't carry it like that, Mr. Deasy said. You'll put it out somewhere and lose it. You just buy one of these machines. You'll find them very handy. Answer something. Mine would be often empty, Stephen said. The same room and hour, the same wisdom, and I the same. 3 times now, 3 nooses round me here. Well, I can break them in this instant if I will. Because you don't save, Mr. Deasy said, pointing his finger. You don't know yet what money is. Money is power. When you have lived as long as I have, I know, if youth but knew. But what does Shakespeare say? But put money in thy purse. Iago, Stephen murmured. He lifted his gaze from the idle shells to the old man's stare. He knew what money was, Mr. Deasy said. He made money. A poet, yes, but an Englishman, too. Do you know what is the pride of the English? Do you know what is the proudest word you will ever hear from an Englishman's mouth? The sea's ruler, his sea-cold eyes looked on the empty bay. It seems history is to blame, on me and on my words, unhating. That on his empire, Stephen said, the sun never sets? Bah, cried Mr. Deasy. That's not English. A French Celt said that. He tapped his savings box against his thumbnail. I will tell you, he said solemnly, with what is his proudest boast. I paid my way. Good man, good man. I paid my way. I never borrowed a shilling in my life. Can you feel that? I owe nothing. Can you? Mulligan, £9, 3 pairs of socks, 1 pair of brogues, ties, Curran, 10 guineas, McCann, 1 guinea, Fred Ryan, 2 shillings, Temple, 2 lunches, Russell, 1 guinea, Cousins, 10 shillings, Bob Reynolds, half a guinea, Kohler, 3 guineas, Mrs. McKernan, 5 weeks board. The lump I have is useless. For the moment, no, Stephen answered. Mr. Deasy laughed with rich delight, putting back his savings box. I knew you couldn't, he said joyously, but one day you must feel it. We are a generous people, but we must also be just. I fear those big words, Stephen said, which make us so unhappy. Reading next will be our Bloomsday reading advisor, Ted Howe.
Thanks, Ed. A point live dog grew into sight running across the sweep of sand. Lord, is he going to attack me? Respect his liberty. You will not be master of others or their slave. I have my stick. Sit tight. From farther away, walking shoreward across the crested tide, figures. Two. The two Marys. They have tucked it safe among the bulrushes. Peekaboo, I see you. No, the dog. He's running back to them. Who? Galleys of the Lachlands ran here to the beach in quest of their prey, their blood-beaked prows riding low on a molten pewter surf. Dane Vikings, torques of tomahawks a-glitter on their breasts while Malachi wore the collar of gold. A school of turtle-hide whales stranded in hot noons, spouting, hobbling in the shadows. Then from the starving cagework city, a horde of jerkin dwarves, my people, with flayers' knives, running, scaling, hacking in green, blubbery whale meat, famine, plague, and slaughters. Their blood is in me, their lusts, my waves. I moved among them on the frozen Liffey, that I, a changeling, among the spluttering resin fires. I spoke to no one, none to me. The dog's bark ran toward him, stopped, ran back. Dog of my enemy. I just simply stood pale, silent, bayed about. Terrible meditans, a primrose doublet, fortune's knave, smiled on my fear. For that you are pining. The bark of their applause? Pretenders, live their lives. The Bruce's brother, Thomas Fitzgerald, Silken Knight, Perkin Warbeck, York's false scion, in breeches of silk, of white rose ivory, wonder of a day, and Lambert Simnel, with a tail of tans and sutlers, a scullion crowned. All kings' sons, paradise of pretenders, then and now. He saved men from drowning, and you shake at a cur's yelping. But the courtiers who mocked Guido or Jean-Michel were their own house of, we don't want any of your medieval abstrusiosities. Would you do what he did? A boat would be near, a lifebuoy. Notterlick, put there for you. Would you or would you not? The man that was drowned 9 days ago off Maiden's Rock. They are waiting for him now. The truth, spit it out. I would want to, I would try. I'm not a strong swimmer. Water, cold, soft. When I put my face into it and the basin and clong goes. Can't see who's behind me. Out, quickly, out. Do you see the tide flowing quickly on all sides? Sheetings, the lows of sands quickly, shell cocoa colored. If I had land under my feet, I want his life still to be mine, mine to be mine. A drowning man. His human eyes scream to me out of horror of his death. I, with him together down, I could not save her. Waters, bitter death, lost.
Touch me. Soft eyes. Soft, soft, soft hand. I am lonely here. Oh, touch me soon, now. What is that word known to all men? I am quiet here, alone. Sad, too. Touch me. He lay back at full stretch over the sharp racks, cramming the scribbled note and pencil into a pocket, his hat tilted down on his eyes. That is Kevin Egan's movement I made, nodding for his nap, Sabbath sleep. E vidit Deus, e errant volde bono. Hallo, bonjour, welcome to the flowers in May. Under its leaf he watched through peacock twittering lashes the southern sun. I am caught in this burning scene, Pan's hour, the faunal noon, among gum-heavy serpent plants, milk-oozing fruits, whereon the tawny water's leaves lie wide. Pain is fear, and no more turn aside and brood. His gaze brooded on his broad-toed boots of books cast-offs, ne bendiander. He counted the creases of his ruckled leather, wherein another's foot had nested warm, the foot that beat the ground in tripudium, foot I dislove. But you were delighted when Esther Oswald's shoe went on you. Girl I knew in Paris. Tiens, quel petit pied. Staunch friend, a brother's soul, wild's love that dare not speak its name. His arms, Cranley's arms, he will now leave me. And the blame, as I am, all or not at all. In long lassos from the cock take the water flowed full, covering green goldenly lagoons of sand, rising, flowing. My ash plant will float away. I shall wait. No, they will pass on, passing, chaffing against the low rocks, swirling, passing. Better get this job over quick. Listen, a four-worded wave speech. Sisu, ris, risis, us. Vehement breath of waters amid sea snakes, rearing horses, rocks. In cups of rocks it slops, flop, slop, slap. Bounded in barrels, and spent, its speech ceases. It flows, purling, widely flowing, floating, foam pool, flower unfurling. Under the upswelling tide, he saw the wreathing reeds lift languidly and sway reluctant arms, hissing up their petticoats in whispering water, swaying and upturning coy silver fronds. Day by day, night by night, lifted, flooded, and let fall. Lord, they are weary, and whispered too they sigh. Saint Ambrose heard it, sigh of leaves and waves, waiting, awaiting the fullness of their times. Diebus hoc noctibus in eorio patien ingemescit. To no end gathered, vainly then released, forth flowing, wending back, loom of the moon, weary in sight of lovers, lascivious men, and a naked woman shining in her courts, she draws a toil full of waters, 5 fathoms out there. 5 in thy father lies. At one, he said, found, drowned. High water at Dublin bar, driving before it a loose drift of rubble, fan shoals of fishes, silly shells, a corpse rising salt white from the undertow, bobbing apace, a porpoise landward. There he is. Hook it quick. Pull. Sunk though he be beneath the watery floor. We have him now. Easy now. Bag of corpse gas, sopping it full brine. A quiver of minnows, fat of a spongy titbit, flash through the slits of his buttoned trouser fly. God becomes man, becomes fish, becomes barnacle. Goose becomes featherbed mountain. Dead breaths I live, breathe. tread dead dust, devour a urinous offal from all the dead. Hauled stark over the gunwale, he breathes upward the stench of his green grave, his leprous nose hole snoring to the sun. A sea change this, brown eyes, salt blue, sea death, mildest of all the deaths known to man. Old Father Ocean, pride, Prix de Paris, beware of imitations. Just give it a fair trial. We enjoyed ourselves immensely. Come, I thirst. Clouding over. No black clouds anywhere, are there? Thunderstorm. All bright he falls, proud lightning of the intellectual. Lucifer, Dico, Ki, Neshit, Okasam. No, my cockle hat and staff, and his may sandal shoon. Where to evening lands, evening will find itself. He took the hilt of his ash plant, lunging with it softly, dallying still. Yes, evening will find itself in me, without me. All days make their end. By the way, when is it? Tuesday will be the longest day of all the glad New Year, Mother. The rum-tum tiddly-or-tum. Lorne Tennyson, gentleman poet. Gia, for the old hag with the yellow teeth. And Monsieur Drummond, gentleman journalist. Gia. My teeth are very bad. Why, I wonder? Feel, that one is going too. Shells. I ought to go to a dentist. I wonder with what money. That one. This toothless Kinch, the Superman. Now, why is that, I wonder? Or does it mean something, perhaps? My handkerchief. Oh, my handkerchief. He threw it, I remember. Did I take it up? His hand groped vainly in his pocket. No, I didn't. I better buy one. And he laid the dry snot picked from his nostril on a ledge of a rock carefully. For the rest, let look who will. Behind, perhaps there is someone? He turned his face over a shoulder, rere rigont, moving through the air, high spars of a three-master, her sails brailed up on the cross trees, homing, upstream, silently moving, a silent ship.
Mr. Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. He liked thick giblet soup, nutty gizzards, a stuffed roast heart, liver slices fried with crust crumbs, fried hen cod's roes. Most of all, he liked grilled mutton kidneys, which gave to his palate a fine tang of faintly scented urine. Kidneys were in his mind as he moved about the kitchen softly, writing her breakfast things on the humpy tray. Gelid light and air were in the kitchen, but out of doors, gentle summer morning everywhere made him feel a bit peckish. The coals were reddening. Another slice of bread and butter, 3, 4, right. She didn't like her plate full, right. He turned from the tray, left the kettle off the hob, and set it sideways on the fire. It sat there, dull and squat. Its spout stuck out. Cup of tea soon, good. Mouth dry. The cat walked stiffly around a leg of the table with tail on high. Meow. Oh, there you are, Mr. Bloom said, turning from the fire. The cat mewed in answer and stalked again stiffly around a leg of the table, mewing, just how she stalks over my writing table. Scratched my head. Mr. Bloom watched, curiously, kindly, the lithe black form, clean to see, the gloss of her sleek hide, the white button under the butt of her tail, the green flashing eyes. He bent down to her, his hands on his knees. Milk for the pussins, he said. Wow, the cat cried. They call them stupid. They understand what we say better than we understand them. She understands all that she wants to. Vindictive, too. Cruel, her nature. Curious mice never squeal. Seem to like it. Wonder what I look like to her. Height of a tower. No, she can jump me. Afraid of the chickens she's is, he said mockingly. Afraid of the chook-chooks. I never saw such a stupid pussins as the pussins. Wow, the cat said loudly. She blinked up out of her avid, shame-closing eyes, mewed plaintively and long, showing him her milk-white teeth. He watched the dark eye slits narrowing with greed till her eyes were green stones. Then he went to the dresser, took the jug Hanlon's milkman had just filled for him, poured warm bubbled milk on a saucer, and set it slowly on the floor. Roar, she cried, running to lap. He watched the bristles shining wirily in the weak light as she tipped 3 times and licked lightly. Wonder, is it true, if you clip them, they count mouse after? Why? They shine in the dark, perhaps, the tips? Or kind of feelers in the dark, perhaps? He listened to her licking lap. Ham and eggs? No. No good eggs with this truth. Want pure, fresh water. Thursday, not a good day either for mutton kidney at Buckley's. Fried with butter, shake a pepper. Better a pork kidney at Dlugatz's. While the kettle was boiling, she lapped slower, then licking the saucer clean. Why are their tongues so rough? To lap better, all porous holes. Nothing she can't eat? He glanced around him, no. On quietly creaky boots, he went up the staircase to the hall, paused by the bedroom door. She might like something tasty. Thin bread and butter she likes in the morning, still perhaps once in a way. He said softly in the bare hall, I'm going around the corner, be back in a minute. And when he had heard his voice say it, he added, You don't want anything for breakfast? A sleepy, soft grunt answered, No, she didn't want anything. He heard then with a warm, heavy sigh, softer as she turned over, and the loose brass quoits of the bedstead jingled. Must get those settled, really. Pity, all the way from Gibraltar, forgotten any little Spanish she knew. I wonder what her father gave for it. Old style. Ah, yes, of course. Bought it at the governor's auction. Got a short knock. Hard as nails at a bargain, old Tweedy, yes, sir. At Plevna it was. I rose from the ranks, sir, and I'm proud of it. Still, he had brains enough to make that corner in stamps. Now that was far seen.
2 letters and a card lay on the hall floor. He stopped and gathered them. Mrs. Marion Bloom. His quick heart slowed at once. Old hand. Mrs. Marion. Poldy. Entering the bedroom, he half closed his eyes and walked through the warm yellow twilight towards her tousled head. Who are the letters for? He looked at them. Mullingar, Millie. A letter for me, from Millie, he said carefully, and a card to you, and a letter for you. He laid her card and letter on the twill bedspread near the curve of her knees. Do you want the blind up? Letting the blind up by gentle tugs halfway, his backward eye saw her glance at the letter and tuck it under her pillow. That do? He asked, turning. She was reading the card, propped on her elbow. She got the things, she said. He waited till she had laid the card aside and curled herself back slowly with a snug sigh. Hurry up with that tea, she said. I'm parched. The kettle is boiling, he said. But he delayed to clear the chair. Her striped petticoat tossed soiled linen and lifted all in an armful onto the foot of the bed. As he went down the kitchen stairs, she called, Poldy! What? Scald the teapot. On the boil, sure enough, a plume of steam from the spout. He scalded and rinsed out the teapot and put in 4 full spoons of tea. Tilting the kettle then to let water flow in, having set it to draw, he took off the kettle and crushed the pan flat on the live coals and watched the lump of butter slide and melt. While he unwrapped the kidney, the cat mewed hungrily against him. Give her too much meat, she won't mouse. Say they won't eat pork. Kosher? Here. He let the blood-smeared paper fall to her and dropped the kidney amid the sizzling butter sauce. Pepper, he sprinkled it through his fingers ringwise from the chipped egg cup. Then he slit open his letter, glancing down the page and over. Thanks, Newtown, Mr. Coughlin, Lochowell picnic, young student, blazes boiling seaside girls. The tea was drawn. He filled his own mustache cup, sham crown derby, smiling. Silly Millie's birthday gift. Only 5 she was then. No, wait, 4. I gave her the amberite necklace she broke. Putting pieces of folded brown paper in the letterbox for her, he smiled, pouring, Oh, Millie Bloom, you are my darling. You are my looking glass from night to morning. I'd rather have you without a farthing than Katie Keogh with her ass and garden. Poor old Professor Godwin, dreadful old case. Still, he was a courteous old chap. Old-fashioned the way he used to bow Molly off the platform, and the little mirror in his silk hat. The night Millie brought it into the parlor. Oh, look what I found in Professor Godwin's hat. All we laughed. Sex breaking out even then. Pert little piece she was. He prodded a fork into the kidney and slapped it over, then fitted the teapot on the tray. Its hump bumped as he took it up. Everything on it? Bread and butter, 4. Sugar, spoon, her cream, yes. He carried it upstairs, his thumb hooked in the teapot handle. Nudging the door open with his knee, he carried the tray in and set it on the chair by the bedhead. What a time you were, she said. She set the brasses jingling as she raised herself briskly, an elbow on the pillow. He looked calmly down on her bulk and between her large, soft bubs, sloping within her nightdress like a she-goat's udder. The warmth of her couched body rose on the air, mingling with the fragrance of the tea she poured.
A strip of torn envelope peeped from under the dimpled pillow. In the act of going, he stayed to straighten the bedspread. "Who was the letter from?" he asked. Bold hand, Marion. "Oh, Boylan," she said. "He's bringing the program." "What are you singing?" La Chitarem with J.C. Doyle, she said, and Love's Old Sweet Song. Her full lips, drinking, smiled. Rather stale smell, that incense leaves next day, like foul flower water. "Would you like the window open a little?" She doubled a slice of bread into her mouth, asking, "What time is the funeral?" 11, I think, he answered. "I didn't see the paper." Following the pointing of her finger, he took up a leg of her soiled drawers from the bed. "No?" Then a twisted gray garter looped around a stocking, rumpled, shiny sole. "No, that book." Other stocking, her petticoat. "It must have fell down," she said. He felt here and there. Volio e non vorrei. Wonder if she pronounces that right. Volio. Not in the bed. Must have slid down. He stooped and lifted the valance. The book, fallen, sprawled against the bulge of the orange-keyed chamber pot. "Show here," she said. "I put a mark in it. There's a word I wanted to ask you." She swallowed a draught of tea from her cup by the not handle, and having wiped her fingertips smartly on the blanket, began to search the text with the hairpin till she reached the word. "Met him what?" he asked. "Here," she said. "What does that mean?" He leaned downward and read near her polished thumbnail. "Metempsychosis?" "Yes. Who's he when he's at home?" "Metempsychosis," he said, frowning. "It's Greek, from the Greek. That means the transmigration of souls." "Oh, rocks," she said. "Tell us in plain words." He smiled, glancing askance at her mocking eyes. The same young eyes. The first night after the charades, Dolphin's Barn. He turned over the smudged pages. Ruby, the pride of the ring. Hello, illustration. Fierce Italian with carriage whip. Must be Ruby, pride of the... On the floor naked. Sheet kindly lent. The monster Malfi desisted and flung his victim from him with an oath. Cruelty behind it all. Doped animals. Trapeze at Hengler's. Had to look the other way, mob gaping. Break your neck and we'll break our sides. Families of them, bone them young, so they metempsychosis. That we live after death, our souls. That a man's soul, after he dies, dignum soul. "Did you finish it?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "There's nothing smutty in it." "Is she in love with the first fellow all the time?" "Never read it." "Do you want another?" "Yes. Get another of Paul de Kock's. Nice name he has." She poured more tea into her cup, watching it flow sideways. Must get that Capel Street Library book renewed, or they'll write to Kearney, my guarantor." Reincarnation, that's the word. "Some people believe," he said, "that we go on living in another body after death that we lived before. They call it reincarnation, that we all lived before on the earth thousands of years ago or some other planet. They say we have forgotten it. Some say they remember their past lives." The sluggish cream wound curdling spirals through her tea. Better remind her of the word, metempsychosis. An example would be better. An example. The bath of the nymph over the bed, given away with the Easter number of Photobits. Splendid masterpiece in art colors. Tea before you put milk in. Not unlike her, with her hair down. Slimmer. 3 and 6 I gave for the frame. She said it would look nice over the bed. Naked nymphs, Greece. And, for instance, all the people that lived then. He turned the pages back. Metempsychosis, he said, is what the ancient Greeks called it. They used to believe you could be changed into an animal or a tree, for instance, what they call nymphs, for example. Her spoon ceased to stir up the sugar. She gazed straight before her, inhaling through her arched nostrils. There's There's a smell of burn, she said. Did you leave anything on the fire? The kidney, he cried suddenly.
He fitted the book roughly into his inner pocket and, stubbing his toes against the broken commode, hurried out towards the smell, stepping hastily down the stairs with a flurried stork's leg. Pungent smoke shot up in an angry jet from the side of the pan. By prodding a prog of the fork under the kidney, he detached it and turned it turtle on its back. Only a little burnt. He tossed it off the pan and onto the plate and let the scantly brown gravy trickle over it. Cup of tea now. He sat down, cut and buttered a slice of loaf. He shore away the burnt flesh and flung it off to the cat. Then he put a forkful into his mouth, chewing with discernment. The toothsome pliant meat done to a turn, a mouthful of tea. Then he cut away dies of bread, sopped one in the gravy, and put it in his mouth. What was that about? Some young student and a picnic. He creased out the letter at his side, reading it slowly as he chewed, sopping another die of bread in the gravy and raising it to his mouth. Dearest Popley, thanks ever so much for the lovely birthday present. It suits me splendid. Everyone says I'm quite the belle in my town. I got Mummy's lovely box of creams and am writing. They are lovely. I am getting on swimming in the photo business now. Mr. Coughlin took one of me and Miss Will, send when developed. We did great biz yesterday. Fair day, and all the beef to the heels we're in. We're going to Loft Owl on Monday with a few friends to make a scrap picnic. Give my love to Mummy and to yourself, a big kiss and thanks. I hear them at the piano downstairs. There's to be a concert in Grayville Arms on Saturday. There's a young student comes here some evenings named Bannon. His cousins or something are big swells, and he sings Boylan's. I was on the pop writing Blaze's Boylan song about those seaside girls. Tell him Silly Millie sends my best respects. I must now close with fondest love, your fond daughter, Millie. P.S. Excuse my bad writing. I'm in a hurry. Bye-bye. M. 15 yesterday, curious. 15th of the month, too. Her first birthday away from home, separation. Remember the summer morning she was born, running to knock up Miss Thornton in Denzel Street? Jolly old woman, a lot of babies. She must have helped into the world. She knew from the first poor little Rudy wouldn't live. Well, God is good, sir. She knew at once he would be 11 now if he had lived. His vacant face stared pitifully at the postscript. Excuse my bad writing. Hurry. Piano downstairs. Coming out of her shell, row with her in the Excel Cafe. about the bracelet, wouldn't eat her cakes or speak or look. Saucebox. He sopped another dies of bread in the gravy and ate a piece after a piece of kidney. 12 and 6 a week, not much. Still, she might do worse. Music hall, young student. He drank a draught of cooler tea to wash down his meal. Then he read the letter again, twice. Oh, well, she knows how to mind herself. But if not, no. Nothing else happened, of course it might. Wait in case till it does. A wild piece of goods, her slim legs running up the staircase. Destiny, ripening, now, vain, very.
Charming, you are sure to meet those girls, dear girls, those lovely seaside girls. With sticks they steer and promenade the pier to give the boys a treat. In piqué silks and lace, they tip you quite a playful wink. It always is the case. You seldom stop to think. You fall in love, of course, upon the spot, but not with one girl, always with a lot. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls, all dimples, smiles, and curls. Your head, it simply whirls. They look alright, complexions pink and white. They've diamond rings and dainty feet, golden hair from Regent Street, lace and grace and lots of face, those pretty little seaside girls. They look alright, complexions pink and white. They've diamond rings and dainty feet, golden hair from Regent Street, lace and face and lots of face, those pretty little seaside girls.
Everybody, we have a very special guest that wanted to come out and join us and wish us a happy Bloomsday today. This is State Senator Nikhil Saval.
Thank you so much, Ed. Happy Bloomsday, everyone. My name is Nikhil Saval. I represent the 1st Senatorial District, which we are in right now. Ed was gracious enough to let me wish everyone a happy Bloomsday after I did a very politician-like thing and missed my reading time. which I deeply regret. I missed Bloomsday last year because of COVID. I'll get here one day. But you know, it's just such an extraordinary event. We are celebrating Bloomsday here today with thousands and thousands of people all over the world, you know, in cities across the United States, of course, cities in Europe and globally, because this is just such a monumental musical body, endlessly contemporary, Shakespearean, deeply profound book that is so very funny. I know a lot of us will remember the first time that we encountered Ulysses. For me, it was as a graduate student of English literature. And, you know, again, my surprise was this kind of forbidding book or seemingly forbidding book, was just so brilliantly funny and just so rewarding of repeated revisiting. And that it can be visited in so many different ways. You can read it, of course, but you can have this kind of experience. I love to listen to the BBC version of performance of this book, and there's just something about this collective experience, something about the ineluctable modality of the visible and audible. And so I'm very grateful to be with all of you here today. Happy Bloomsday. I look forward to the rest of the readings. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank our community sponsors here while I'm up here. A Novel Idea Conservation Center, the Spiral Bookcase, South Jersey Celtic Society, the Free Library of Philadelphia Foundation, Inish Nua Theater Company, the Athenaeum of Philadelphia. Good, I like that. Science History Institute, Philadelphia City Institute branch of the Free Library is here. Rosemont College, the Head in the Hand Books, and Christine Lombardi. These are our community sponsors, everyone. So if you're here live, come around here and visit these tables, especially now when we have a little break. I mean, there's books on some of these tables to look at. So that's it. Let's take a little. Oh, and back in the corner, Attic Brewing has this special Bloomsday brew called the Sacred Pint. It is delicious. It's okay to start drinking now, right? And Sláinte whiskey is here. Brand new Sláinte Irish whiskey, one of our great sponsors this year, and they are giving free whiskey tastings in the back. So enjoy, everyone.
Cheers. Cool.
We're going to get back to the reading. And without more ado, here is some more Ulysses.
I'm doing the teacher thing where you just like sign them, and then everyone realizes that they're not I'm ready, Yeah. A flower. A flower. No.
Not quite.
It's not working. This one's not. This one's not on. That's why.
Okay.
Okay.
So we both use this, or they'll turn it on.
I'll stand like this. I'm fine. And then I'll scoot over. We're ready to go. I brought a guest. A flower. I think it's a yellow flower with flattened petals. Not annoyed then. What does she say?
Dear Henry, I got your last letter to me, and thank you very much for it. I'm sorry you did not like my last letter. Why did you enclose the stamps? I am awfully angry with you. I do wish I could punish you for that. I called you naughty boy because I do not like that other world. Please tell me what is the real meaning of that word. Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? I do wish I could do something for you. Please tell me what you think of poor me. I often think of the beautiful name you have. Dear Henry, when will we meet? I think of you so often you have no idea. I've never felt myself so much drawn to a man as you. I feel so bad about. Please write me a long letter and tell me more. Remember, if you do not, I will punish you. So now you know what I will do to you, you naughty boy, if you do not wrote. Oh, how I long to meet you, Henry dear. Do not deny my request before my patience are exhausted. Then I will tell you all. Goodbye now, naughty darling. I have such a bad headache today. And write by return to your longing Martha. P.S. Do tell me, what kind of perfume does your wife use? I want to know. Mwah, 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 mwah.
He tore the flower gravely from its pinhole, smelt its almost no smell, and placed it in his heart pocket. Language of flowers. They like it because no one can hear, or a poisoned bouquet to strike him down. Then walking slowly forward, he read the letter again, murmuring here and there a word. Angry tulips, with you, darling manflower, punish your cactus. If you don't, please pour forget-me-not. How I long violets to dear roses, when we soon anemone meet all naughty nightstalk, wife Martha's perfume. Having read it all, he took it from the newspaper and put it back in his side pocket. Weak joy opened his lips, changed since the first letter. Wondered did she wrote it herself. Doing the indignant, a girl of good family like me, respectable character, could meet one Sunday after the rosary. Thank you, not having any. Usual love scrimmage, then running around corners. Bad as a row with Molly. Cigar has a cooling effect, narcotic. Go further next time. Naughty boy, punish, afraid of words, of course. Brutal, why not? Try it anyhow, a bit at a time. Fingering still the letter in his pocket, he drew the pin out of it. Common pin, eh? He threw it on the road. Out of her clothes somewhere, pinned together. Queer the number of pins they have. No roses without thorns.
The cold smell of sacred stone called him. He trod the worn steps, pushed the swing door, and entered softly by the rear. Something going on, some sodality. Pity so empty. Nice, discreet place to be next some girl. Who is my neighbor? Jammed by the hour to slow music. That woman at midnight mass, seventh heaven. Women knelt in the benches with crimson halters round their necks, heads bowed. A batch knelt at the altar rails. The priest went along by them, murmuring, holding the thing in his hands. He stopped at each, took out a communion, shook a drop or two, are they in water? Off it, and put it neatly into her mouth. Her head sank. Then the next one. Her hat sank at once. Then the next one, a small old woman. The priest bent down to put it into her mouth, murmuring all the time. Latin. The next one. Shut your eyes and open your mouth. What? Corpus, body, corpse. Good idea, the Latin. Stupefies them first. Hospice for the dying. They don't seem to chew it, only swallow it down. Rum idea, eating a bit of corpse. Why the cannibals cotton to it. He stood aside, watching their blind masks pass down the aisle, one by one, and seek their places. He approached a bench and seated himself in its corner, nursing his hat and newspaper. These pots we have to wear. We ought to have hats modeled on our heads. They were about him here and there, with heads still bowed in their crimson halters, waiting for it to melt in their stomachs. Something like those matzah. It's that sort of bread. Unleavened shoe bread. Look at them. Now I bet it makes them feel happy. Lollipop. It does, yes. Bread of angels, it's called. There's a big idea behind it, kind of kingdom of God is within you feel. First communicants, hokey pokey, penny a lump. Then feel all like one family party. Same in the theater, all in the same swim. They do, I'm sure of that. Not so lonely in our confraternity. Then come out a bit spreeish, let off steam. Thing is, if you really believe in it, Lord's Cure, Waters of Oblivion, and the Knock apparition, statues bleeding. Old fellow asleep near that confession box, hence those snores. Blind faith, safe in the arms of kingdom come, lulls all pain. Wake this time next year. He saw the priest stow the communion cup away, well in, and kneel an instant before it, showing a large gray boot sole from under the lace affair he had on. Suppose he lost the pin of his, he wouldn't know what to do. Bald spot behind, letters on his back. I-N-R-I? No, I-H-S. Molly told me one time, I asked her, I have sinned, or no, I have suffered it is. And the other one, iron nails ran in. Meet one Sunday after the rosary. Do not deny my request. Turn up with a veil and black bag. Dusk and the light behind her. She might be here with a ribbon round her neck and do the other thing all the same on the sly. Their character. That fellow who turned Queen's evidence on the Invincibles, he used to receive Carey was his name, the communion every morning. This very church. Peter Carey, yes. No, Peter Claver I am thinking of. Dennis Carey. And just imagine that, wife and 6 children at home and plotting that murder all the time. Those craw thumpers, now that's a good name for them. There's always something shifty looking about them. They're not straight men of business either. Oh no, she's not here. The flower, no. By the way, did I tear up that envelope? Yes, under the bridge. The priest was rinsing out the chalice. Then he tossed off the dregs smartly. Wine makes it more aristocratic than, for example, if he drank what they are used to, Guinness's porter or some temperance beverage, Wheatley's Dublin hop bitters or Cantrell and Cochrane's ginger ale, aromatic. Doesn't give them any of it. Shoe wine, only the other. Cold comfort. Pious fraud, but quite right. Otherwise, they'd have one old boozer worse than another coming along, cadging for a drink. Queer the whole atmosphere of the quite right. Perfectly right, that is.
He walked cheerfully towards the Mosque of the Baths. Remind you of a mosque, red-baked bricks, the minarets. College sports today, I see. He eyed the horseshoe poster over the gate of College Park. Cyclists doubled up like a cod in a pot. Damn bad ad. Now if they had made it round like a wheel, then the spokes, sports, 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 and the hub big, college, something to catch the eye. There's Hornblower standing at the porter's lodge. Keep him on hands. Might take a turn in there on the nod. How do you do, Mr. Hornblower? How do you do, sir? Heavenly weather, really. If life was always like that, cricket weather. Sit around under sunshades, over and over, out. They can't play it here. Duck for 6 wickets. Still, Captain Culler broke a window in the Kildare Street Club with a slog to square leg. Donnybrook Fair more in their line. And the skulls we were a-crackin' when McCarthy took the floor. Heat wave won't last. Always passing the stream of life, which in the stream of life we trace is clearer than them all. Enjoy a bath now. Clean trough water, cool enamel, the gentle, tepid steam. This is my body. He foresaw his pale body reclined in it at full, naked, in a womb of warmth, oiled by scented melting soap, softly laved. He saw his trunk and limbs rippled over and sustained, buoyed lightly upward, lemony yellow, his navel, bud of flesh, and saw the dark tangled curls of his bush floating hair of the stream around the limp father of thousands, a languid, floating flower.
All watched a while through their windows, caps and hats lifted by passers. Respect. The carriage swerved from the tram track to the smoother road past Watery Lane. Mr. Bloom at gaze saw a lithe young man clad in mourning, a wide hat. "There's a friend of yours gone by, Daedalus," he said. "Who is that?" "Your son and heir." "Where is he?" Mr. Daedalus said, stretching over across. The carriage passing the open drains and mounds of ripped-up roadway before the tenement houses lurched round the corner and, swerving back to the tram track, rolled on noisily with chattering wheels. Mr. Daedalus fell back, saying, "Was that Mulligan cad with him? He's Phidias Achates." "No," Mr. Bloom said. "He was alone." "Down with his Aunt Sally, I suppose," Mr. Daedalus said. "The Goulding faction, the drunken little cost-drawer, and Chrissy, Papa's little lump of dung, the wise child that knows her own father." Mr. Bloom smiled joylessly on Ringsend Road. Wallace Brothers, the Bottle Works, Dodder Bridge. Richie Goulding in the legal bag. Goulding. Collis and Ward, he calls the firm. His jokes are getting a bit damp. Great card he was, waltzing in Stamer Street with Ignatius Gallagher on a Sunday morning. The landlady's 2 hats pinned on his head. Out on the rampage all night. Beginning to tell on him now. That backache of his, I fear. Wife ironing his back. Thinks he'll cure it with pills. All breadcrumbs they are. About 600% profit. He's in with a low-down crowd, Mr. Daedalus snarled. That Mulligan is a contaminated, bloody, double-dyed ruffian by all accounts. His name stinks all over Dublin. But with the help of God and his blessed mother, I'll make it my business to write a letter one of those days to his mother or his aunt or whatever she is that will open her eye as wide as a gate. I'll tickle his catastrophe, believe you me. He cried above the clatter of the wheels, I won't have her bastard of a nephew ruin my son. A counter-jumper son selling tapes in my cousin Peter Paul McSweeney's? Not likely. He ceased. Mr. Bloom glanced from his angry mustache to Mr. Power's mild face and Martin Cunningham's eyes and beard gravely shaking. Noisy, self-willed man, full of his son. He is right. Something to hand on. If little Rudy had lived, see him grow up, hear his voice in the house, walking beside Molly in an Eton suit. My son, me in his eyes. Strange feeling it would be. From me, just chance. Must have been that morning in Raymond Terrace. She was at the window watching the 2 dogs at it by the wall of the Cease to Do Evil. And the sergeant grinning up. She had that cream gown on with a rip she never stitched. Give us a touch, Poldy. God, I'm dying for it. How life begins. Got big then. Had to refuse the Greystones concert. My son inside her. I could have helped him on in life. I could. Make him independent. Learn German too. Are we late? Mr. Power said. 10 minutes, Martin Cunningham said, looking at his watch. Molly. Millie. Same thing, watered down. Her tomboy oaths. Oh, jumping Jupiter, ye gods and little fishes. Still, she's a dear girl. Soon to be a woman. Mullingar, dearest Popley, young student. Yes, yes, a woman too. Life, life.
Gentle, sweet air blew round the bare heads in a whisper. Whisper. The boy by the grave head held his wreath with both hands, staring quietly in the black open space. Mr. Bloom moved behind the portly, kindly caretaker, well-cut frock coat, weighing them up perhaps to see which will go next. Well, it is a long rest. Feel no more. It's the moment you feel. Must be damned unpleasant. Can't believe it at first. Mistake must be someone else. Try the house opposite. Wait, I wanted to. I haven't yet. Then darkened death chamber. Light they want. Whispering round you. Would you like to see a priest? Then rambling and wandering. Delirium all you hid all your life. The death struggle. His sleep is not natural. Press his lower eyelid. watching. Is his nose pointed? Is his jaw sinking? Are the soles of his feet yellow? Pull the pillow away and finish it off on the floor since he's doomed. Devil in that picture of sinner's death showing him a woman, dying to embrace her in his shirt. Last act of Lucia, shall I never more behold thee? Bam, he expires, gone at last. People talk about you a bit, forget you. Don't forget to pray for him. Remember him in your prayers, even Parnell. Ivy Day dying out, then they follow, dropping into a hole, one after the other. We are praying now for the repose of his soul, hoping you're well and not in hell. Nice change of air, out of the frying pan of life into the fire of purgatory. Does he ever think of the hole waiting for himself? They say you do when you shiver in the sun. Someone walking over it. Callboy's warning, near you. Mine, over there towards Finglas, the plot I bought. Mama, poor Mama, and little Rudy. The gravediggers took up their spades and flung heavy clods of clay on the coffin. Mr. Bloom turned away his face. And if he was alive all the time, whew, by jingo, that would be awful. No, he is dead, of course. Of course he's dead. Monday he died. They ought to have some law to pierce the heart and make sure, or an electric clock, or a telephone in the coffin, or some kind of canvas air hole. Flag of distress, 3 days, rather long to keep them in summer. Just as well to get shut of them as soon as you're sure there's no. The clay fell softly, begin to be forgotten, out of sight, out of mind. The caretaker moved away a few paces and put on his hat. Had enough of it. The mourners took heart of grace, one by one, covering themselves without show. Mr. Blue put on his hat and saw the portly figure make its way deftly through the maze of graves. Quietly, sure of his ground, he traversed the dismal fields.
How many? All these here once walked around Dublin, faithful departed. As you are now, so once were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, yes, the voice, yes. Gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave or keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday, put on poor old great-grandfather. Crack. Hello, hello, hello. Awfully glad, crack. Awfully glad. Glad to see you again. Hello. Remind you of the voice like the photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise, you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, say. For instance, who? For instance, some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom's Heelys. A ratster, a rattle of pebbles. Wait, stop. He looked down intently into a stone crypt. Some animal. Wait, there he goes. An obese gray rat toddled along the side of the crypt, moving the pebbles. An old stager. Great-grandfather, he knows the ropes. The gray alive crushed itself in under the plinth, wriggled itself into it under. Good hiding place for treasure. Who lives there? Are laid the remains of Robert Emery, Robert Emmett was buried there by torchlight, wasn't he, making his rounds? The tale's gone now. One of those chaps could make short work of a fellow, pick the bones clean no matter who it was. Ordinary meat for them. A corpse's meat gone bad. Well, what's cheese? Corpse of milk. I read in that Voyages of China that the Chinese say a white man smells like a corpse. Cremation better. Priest dead against it. Deviling for the other firm. Wholesale burners and Dutch oven dealers. Times of the plague. Quicklime. Fever pits to eat them. Lethal chamber. Ashes to ashes. Or bury at sea. What is that Parsi Tower of Silence? Eaten by birds? Earth, fire, water. Drowning, they say, is the pleasantest. See your whole life in a flash. But being brought back to life, no. Can't bury in the air, however. Out of a flying machine. Wonder, does the news go around whether a fresh one is let down? Underground communication, we learn from that. Wouldn't be surprised. Regular square feed for them. Flies come down before he's well dead. Got wind of Dignam. They wouldn't care about the smell of it. Salt white crumbling mush of corpse. Smell, taste like raw white turnips. The gates glimmered in front. Still open. Back to the world again. Enough of this place. It brings you a bit nearer every time. Last time I was here was Mrs. Sinico's funeral. Poor Papa, too. The love that kills. And even scraping up the earth at night when a lantern like that case I read of to get at fresh buried females, or even putrefied with running grave sores, gives you the creeps after a bit. I will appear to you after death. You will see my ghost after death. My ghost will haunt you after death. You will see my ghost after death. There is another world, another death named hell. I do not like the other world, she wrote. No more do I. Plenty to see and hear and feel. Feel like warm beings near you. Let them sleep in their maggoty beds. They're not going to get me into these innings. Warm beds, warm, full-blooded life.
The Calumet of Peace. He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lenehan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J.J. Malloy opened his case and offered it. "Thanky vous," Lenehan said, helping himself. The editor came out from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor McHugh, "'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart." "Eh? You bloody old Roman Empire?" Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case. Lenehan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, "Silence for my brand new riddle." "Imperium Romanum," J.J. O'Malley said gently. "It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire. Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently towards the ceiling. That's it, he said. We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got the chance of a snowball in hell.
The grandeur that was Rome. Wait a moment, Professor McHugh said, raising two quiet claws. We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative. He extended elocutionary arms from frayed, stained shirt cuffs, pausing. What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloacae, sewers. The Jews in the wilderness and on the mountaintops said, "It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah." The Roman, like the Englishman who followed in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot. On our shore he never set it. Only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga, and he said, "It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water closet." Which they accordingly did do, Linehan said. Our old ancient ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Genesis, were partial to the running stream. They were nature's gentlemen, J.J. O'Malley murmured. But we have also Roman law. And Pontius Pilate is its prophet, Professor McHugh responded. Do you know that story about Chief Baron Paris? J.J. O'Malley asked. It was at a Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly. First, my riddle, Linehan said. Are ye ready? Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall in copious gray of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus behind him, uncovered as he entered. "Entrez, mes enfants," Linehan cried. "I escort a suppliant," Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. "Youth, led by experience, visits notoriety." "How do you do?" the editor said, holding out a hand. "Come in. Your governor's just gone."
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Linehan said to all, "Silence. What opera resembles a railway line? Reflect, ponder, excogitate, reply." Stephen handed over the typed sheets, pointing to the title and signature. "Who?" the editor asked. "Bit torn off." "Mr. Garrett Deasy," Stephen said. "That old Pelters," the editor said. "Who tore it? Was he short again?" "On swift sail, flaming from storm and south he comes, pale vampire, mouth to my mouth." "Good day, Stephen," the professor said, coming to peer over their shoulders. "Foot and mouth, are you turned?" Bullock befriending bard.
I just wanted to take a brief moment to say that there are 3 people who have just finished taking a course on Ulysses at the Rosenbach. You can do that too and read at Bloomsday.
Omnium gatherum. All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics, the turf, Lenehan put in, literature, the press. If Bloom were here, the professor said, the gentle art of advertisement. And Madame Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added, the vocal muse, Dublin's prime favorite. Lenehan gave a loud cough. He said very softly, oh, for a breath of fresh air, I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open. You can do it. The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen's shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said, something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face. In the lexicon of youth, see it in your face, see it in your eye, lazy, idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease, the editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in Borisson Ossuary. Oh, balls. Bulldozing the public. Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it, damn its soul. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and Jake McCarthy. We can all supply mental pabulum, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Stephen raised his eyes to the bold, unheeding stare. He wants you for the press gang, J.J. O'Malloy said. The great Gallagher. You can do it, Mr. Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We'll paralyze Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the Chagrin doing billiard marking in the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark? I'll tell you. That was the smartest piece of journalism ever known. That was in 81, 6th of May, time of the Invincibles, murder in the Phoenix Park. Before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you. He pushed past them to the files. Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World cabled for a special. Remember that time? Professor McHugh nodded. New York World, the editor said, excitedly pushing back his straw hat. Where it took place, Tim Kelly, Kavanaugh, I mean, Joe Brady and the rest of them, where Skin the Goat drove the car, whole route, see? Skin the Goat, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Fitzharris. He has that cabman's shelter, they say, down there at Butt Bridge. Holohan told me. You know Holohan. Hop and carry one, is it? Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley's down there, too, so he told me, minding stones for the corporation, a night watchman. Stephen turned in surprise. Gumley, he said. You don't say so. A friend of my father's, is it? Never mind Gumley, Miles Crawford cried angrily. Let Gumley mind the stones, see they don't run away. Look at here. What did Ignatius Gallagher do? I'll tell you. Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of March 17th? Right. You got that? He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on a point. Take page 4, advertisement for Bransom's Coffee, let's say. Have you got that? Right. The telephone word.
His heart astir, he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath. Pungent meat juice, slush of greens. See the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back, at the tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted mustaches. A pallid, suet-faced young man polished his tumbler knife, fork and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant's sauce-stained napkin tucked around him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle, gums, no teeth to chew it. Chomp, chop from the grill, bolting to get it over. Sad boozer's eyes, bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us? Hungry man is an angry man, working tooth and jaw. A bone! That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac, in the school poem, choked himself at Sletty, southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something galoptious. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all, however. Roast beef and cabbage, one stew. Smells of men, spat on sawdust, Swedish warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilled beer, men's beery piss, the stale ferment. His gorge rose. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fellow sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him. Old chap picking his toodles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud. Before and after. Grace after meals. Look on this picture and then on that. Scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed around the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here, 1 corned and cabbage. That fellow ramming a knifeful of cabbage down as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look. Safer to eat from his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb, second nature to him. Born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think. Or no. Silver means born rich, born with a knife. But then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky, clattering plates. Rock, the head bailiff, staling at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up. It splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. I munched him on the Ulster Bank on Bloomsday. Ah, did you, Faith? Mr. Bloom raised 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, not here. I don't see him. Out. I hate dirty eaters. He backed toward the door. Get a light snack in Davy Burns. Stopgap, keep me going. I had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own. Tooth and nail. Gulp, grub, gulp, gob stuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill. Kill.
Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed. Stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered, swallowed. Crushing in the winepress grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is. Seems to a secret touch telling me memory. Touched his sense, moistened, remembered. Hidden under wild ferns on Hoth, below us, bay sleeping, sky. No sound, the sky. The bay purple by the Lion's Head, green by Dunleck, yellow-green towards Sutton, fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in the grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat, she had her hair, earwigs in the heather scrub, my hand under her nape. You'll toss me all, oh wonder. Cool, soft with ointments, her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her I lay. Full lips, full open, kissed her mouth. Yum. Softly she gave me in her mouth the seed cake warm and chewed. Mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled sweet sour of her spittle. Joy, I ate it. Joy. Young life, her lips that gave me pouting, soft, warm, sticky jum jelly lips. Flowers her eyes were. Take me, willing eyes. Pebbles fell. She lay still. A goat, no one. High on Ben Hoth, rhododendrons, and Nanny Goat walked sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns, she laughed, warm-folded. Wildly, I lay on her, kissed her, eyes, her lips, her stretched neck beating, woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot, I tongued her. She kissed me. I was kissed. All yielding, she tossed my hair. Kissed. She kissed me. Me and me now. Stuck. The flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves. Curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses. Venus, Juno, curves the world admires. Can see them, library museum, standing in the round hall, naked goddesses, aids to digestion. They don't care what man looks, all to see, never speaking. I mean to say to fellows like Flynn, suppose she did Pygmalion and Galatea, what would she say first? Mortal! Put you in your proper place. Quaffing nectar at mess with God's golden dishes, all ambrosial. Not like a tanner lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottle of Allsop. Nectar, imagine it. Drinking electricity, God's food. Lovely forms of women, sculpted, Junonian, immortal loved. And we, stuffing food in one hole and out behind, food, child, blood, dung, earth, food, have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have no, never looked. I look today. Keeper won't see. Band down, let something fall if she. Dribbling a quiet message from his bladder, came to go, to do, not to do there to do. A man, and ready he drained his glass to the lees, and walked. To men too they gave themselves, manly conscience, lay with man lovers, a youth enjoyed her, to the yard.
Urbane, to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister, a great poet on a great brother poet, a hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts as one sees in real life. He came a step a syncopace forward on a neat's leather creaking, and a step backward, a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant setting open the door, but slightly made him a noiseless beck. Directly, said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering, the beautiful, ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are true in the larger analysis. Twi-creakingly analysis he corn-toed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. Two left. Monsieur de la Palisse, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals, John Eglinton asked with elder's gall, to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan, he calls it. Smile, smile, Cranley, smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter, for he was a medical, jolly old medical. I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7, WB calls them. Glitter-eyed, his rufous skull closed to his green-capped desk lamp, sought the face bearded amid dark greener shadow, an olive, holy-eyed. He laughed low, Caesar's laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan, weeping many a rude, tears such as angels weep, ed egli avea del col fato trombetta. He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true Wicklowmen to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house. And one more to hail him, Ave, Rabbi. The Tinelly 12, in the shadow of the glen he coos for them. My soul's youth I gave him night by night. Godspeed. Good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly, persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton censured, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him, as old Ben did, on this side idolatry. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex, clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus, art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring? The painting of a Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet, bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom. Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer, "Wall, tarnation, strike me." The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy and has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see him, a model schoolboy with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face. Formless, spiritual, Father, Word and holy breath, All-Father, the heavenly man, Hysos Christos, magician of the beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment. This verily is that. I am the fire upon the altar. I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, judge, the noblest Roman of them all, A.E. Arval, the name ineffable, in heaven height. K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge, always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plain of Budai. The life esoteric is not for ordinary person. OP must work off bad karma first. Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister, HPB's elemental. Oh, fie, out on't. Fui fatel. You naughtn't look, missus, so you naughtn't when a lady's a-showing her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant, and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, "Upon my word, it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato." Which of the two, Stephen asks, would have banished me from his commonwealth? Unsheathe your dagger definitions. Horseness is the whatness of all horse. Streams of tendency and eons they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood, they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity of which this vegetable world is but a shadow.
He will have it that Hamlet is a ghost story, John Eglinton said for Mr. Best's behoof. Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List, list, oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping hears. If thou didst ever. What is a ghost? Stephen said with tingling energy. One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from limbo petrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet? John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge, lifted. It is this hour of a day in mid-June, Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear, Sackerson, growls in the pit near it, Paris garden. Canvas climbers who sailed with the drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local color, working all you know, make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews by the riverbank, but he does not stay to feed the pen sheaving her game of cygnets toward the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king, and the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life, which were not in vanity in order to play the part of the specter. He speaks the words to Burbage. The young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by name. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, bidding him list. To his son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamnet, Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name, had Hamlet Shakespeare lived, he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin? It is possible, I want to know, or probable that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises. You are the dispossessed son. I am the murdered father. Your mother is the guilty queen, and Shakespeare, born Hathaway. But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, Truepenny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean, when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us. Villiers de Lille has said, peeping and prying into green room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal.
A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness, is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters, with 35 years of life, no mezzo de cammin di nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you must hold that his 70-year-old mother is the lustful queen. No. The corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour, it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised that mystical estate upon his son. Boccaccio's Calandrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mystical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery, and not on the Madonna, which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the church is founded, and founded irremovably, because founded, like the world, macro and microcosm, upon the void, upon incertitude, upon unlikelihood. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son that any son should love him, or he any son? What the hell are you driving at? I know, shut up. Blast you, I have reasons. Amplius, ad hoc, iterum, postea. Are you condemned to do this? They are sundered by a bodily shame so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incests and bestialities, hardly record its breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, lesbic sisters, loves that dare not speak their name, nephews with grandmothers, jailbirds with keyholes, queens with prize bulls. The son unborn mars beauty. Born, he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is a new male. His growth is his father's decline, his youth, his father's envy, his friend, his father's enemy. In Rue Monsieur le Prince, I thought it. What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut. Am I a father, if I were? Shrunken, uncertain hand. Sibelius, the African, subtlest heresiarch of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. the bulldog of a queen, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who has not a son be not a father, can the son who has not a father be a son? When Rutland Bacon Southampton Shakespeare, or another poet of the same name in the Comedy of Errors, wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson, who, by the same token, was never born, for nature, as Mr. McGee understands her, abhors perfection. Eglinton eyes, quick with pleasure, looked up shy brightly, gladly glancing a merry Puritan through the twisted eglantine. Flatter, rarely, but flatter. Himself his own father, son Mulligan told himself. Wait, I'm big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena, a play. The play's the thing. Let me parturiate. He clasped his paunch brow with both birth-aiding hands. As for his family, Stephen said, his mother's name lives in the forest of Arden. Her death brought from him the scene with Volumnia in Coriolanus. His boy son's death is the death scene of young Arthur in King John. Hamlet, the Black Prince, is Hamnet Shakespeare. Who the girls in The Tempest, in Pericles, in Winter's Tale are, we know. Who Cleopatra, flesh pot of Egypt, and Cressid and Venus are, we may guess. But there is another member of his family who is recorded. The plot thickens, John Eglinton said. The Quaker librarian, quaking, tiptoed in, quake. His mask, quake. With haste, quake. Quack. Door closed, cell, day. They list, 3, they. I, you, he, they. Come, mess.
Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false or the usurping or the adulterous brother, or all three in one, is to Shakespeare what the poor are not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from home, sounds uninterruptedly from the two gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it at certain fathoms in the earth, and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself, protasis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter, Susan, chip off the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left in him a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my lord's bishops of Maynooth. An original sin, and like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words. It is petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it. Beauty and peace have not done it away. It is infinite variety everywhere in the world he has created. In Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Judge Eglinton summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said, the boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5, all in all. In Cymbeline and Othello, he is bawd and cuckold. He acts and is acted upon. Lover of an ideal or a perversion, like Hosey kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect, is the horn-mad Iago, ceaselessly willing that the moor in him shall suffer. Cuckoo, cuckoo, Cuck Mulligan clucked lewdly, O word of fear, dark dome received, reverbed. And what a character is Iago, undaunted John Eglinton exclaimed. When all is said, Duma fils, or is it Duma per, is right. After God, Shakespeare has created most.
We're going to take a short break, and before we do that, with a little music here, I want to thank again our sponsors, Sláinte Irish Whiskey, right? Sláinte, everyone. There's free samples in the back. Enjoy. There's also Attic Brewing, Bloomsday Beer, The Sacred Pint in the back. But our other sponsors that I need to mention are the Consulate General of Ireland's Emigrant Support Program, Lenore Steiner and Perry Lerner, James Conmy, Alix, Gerz, and George Matysik, and the South Jersey Celtic Society. We can't do Bloomsday without all of these great sponsors. South Jersey Celtic Society is over here at one of the community tables as well. You can go say hello to them. We'll take a short break, and then we'll come back with some more readings. Thank you, everybody. Sláinte. That's Darren Kelly and John McGillian. They come out and play Bloomsday every year for us. Wow, we have such a great turnout here today. I honestly didn't think every seat would be taken. We did the best that we could to get a space that could accommodate everyone. So I'm so happy everybody has come out on a very rainy day and joined us indoors. We're going to get back to the reading.
The Superior, the Very Reverend John Conmy, S.J., reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3, just a nice time to walk to Artane. What was that boy's name again? Dingham. Yes, vere Dingham et istum est. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter. Yes, oblige him if possible. Good practical Catholic. Very useful at mission time. The one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity and held out a peaked cap for alms towards the Very Reverend John Conmy, S.J. Father Conmy blessed him in the sun, for his purse held, he knew, but one silver crown. Father Conmy crossed to Mount Joyce Square, he thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward of Cardinal Wolsey's words. If I had served my God as I had served my King, he would not have abandoned me in my old days. He walked by the tree shade of sunny winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, MP. Very well indeed, Father, and you, Father? Father Conmy was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmy was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself, still in London? The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh yes, a very great success. A wonderful man, really. Father Conmy was glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, MP, looking so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy, MP. Yes, he would certainly call. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy. Father Conmy doffed his silk hat and smiled as he took his leave at the jet beads of her mantilla ink shining in the sun, and smiled yet again in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with argonaut paste. Father Conmy walked, and walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. Pilot, why don't you get back the Allen mob? A zealous man, however, really he was, and really did very good in his way. Beyond a doubt, he loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Oh, good family man, too, would one think. Welsh, was he not? Oh, lest he forget the letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmy stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere, the little house, aha. And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Showen. And his name? Ger Gallagher. And the other little man, his name was Bunny Lunham. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmy gave the letter from his breast pocket to Master Bunny Lunham and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. But mind you, don't post yourself in the box, little man, he said. The boys sick-sighed Father Conmy and laughed. Oh, sir, well, let me see if I can post the letter, Father Conmy said. Mr. Bunny Lunham ran across the road and put Father Conmy's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letterbox. Father Conmy smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square East. Mr. Denham McGeaney, professor of dancing, in silk hat, slake frock coat with silk stockings, white kerchief, tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves, pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment, most respectably took the curbstone as he passed by, Maxwell at the court of Dingham's Court. Was that not Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmy from the farther footpath along which she smiled, and Father Conmy smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had, like Mary, Queen of Scots something, and to think she was a pawnbroker. Well now, such a, what should he say, such a queenly mien. Father Conmy walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Grill, B.A., will speak. The incumbent, they called him. He felt an incumbent in his way to say a few words, but one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance. They acted second to their thoughts. Father Conmy turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was wonder that he was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely it ought to be. Thank you.
The blonde girl in Thornton's bedded the wicker basket with rustling fiber. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper and a small jar. Put these in first, will you? He said. Yes, sir, the blonde girl said, and the fruit on top. That'll do, game ball, Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them, ripe, shame-faced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tan shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young, juicy, crinkled, and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. Heelys filed before him, tall, white-hatted, past Tangier Lane, plodding towards their goal. He turned suddenly, from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob, and held it at chain's length. Can you send them by tram? Now? A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the hawker's cart. Certainly, sir. Is it in the city? Oh, yes, Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and pencil. Will you write the address, sir? Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. Send it at once, will you? He said. It's for an invalid. Yes, sir. I will, sir. Blazes Boylan rattled merry money in his trousers pocket. What's the damage? He asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. A young pullet. He took a red carnation from the tall stem glass. This for me? He asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. Yes, sir, she said. Bending archly, she reckoned again fat pears and blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favor. The stalk of the red flower between his smiling teeth. May I say a word to your telephone, missy? He asked, roguishly.
I have just a quick announcement. Everybody wants to come to Bloomsday. If you are seated here and there are spaces next to you, if people can move in from either end, that would help get a few people seated. I know you're on the end on purpose, you don't want to move in. If people could move in from the ends, that would really help us if there's empty seats in the middle. Thank you.
Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece, crooked botched print, plates, infants cuddled in a ball in blood-red wombs, like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that, at this moment all over the world, all butting with their skulls to get out of it. Child born every minute somewhere, Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third, Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch.
That I had, he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. Them are good ones, he said. He said, onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat, and bore them off behind the dingy curtain.
On O'Connell Bridge, many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mr. Dennis J. Magini, professor of dancing, etc.
Mr. Bloom alone looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Love Birch. Know the kind that is. Had it? Yes. He opened it. Thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. No, she wouldn't like that much. Got her at once. He read the other title. Sweets, Sweets, Sweets of Sin. More in a line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened.
All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him, for Raoul.
Yes, this, here, try.
Her mouth glued on his in a luscious, voluptuous kiss, while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her deshabille.
Yes, take this, the end.
You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly.
Mr. Bloom read again, the beautiful woman.
Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes. Whites of eyes swooning up, his nostrils arched themselves for prey. Melting breast ointments, for him, for Raoul. Armpits, oniony sweat, fish gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel it, press, crished, sulfur, dung of lions, young, young.
An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer, and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's Court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division, the summons, ex parte motion of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the Bark Mona, in the Court of Appeal Reservation of Judgment in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation.
Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookstore, bulging out of the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed gray head came out, and his unshaven, reddened face coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw skin crown, scantily haired.
Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, I'll take this one.
The shopman lifted eyes bleared with old rheum. Sweets of sin, he said, tapping on it. That's a good one.
Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window the lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous, and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark, wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil lights shining in the darkness, where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows, muddy swine snouts, hands, root and root, gripe and rest them. She dances in a foul gloom where gum burns with garlic. A sailorman, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker, rum, and eyes her. A long and sea-fed silent rut, she dances, capers, wagging her sour hunches and her hips on her gross belly, flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell, with a smeared chamois rag, burnished again his gem, turned it and held it at the point of his Moses' beard. Grandfather Ape, gloating on a stolen hoard. And you, who wrest the old images from burial earth, the brain-sick words of sophists, antiphonings, a lore of drugs, orient and immortal, wheat standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women, fresh from their whiff of the briny, trudged through Irishtown along the London Bridge Road, one with a sanded tired umbrella, one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beingless beings, stop. Throb always without you, and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of. I between them, where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl. I shatter them, one and both, but stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me, you who can. Bald and butcher were the words I say. Not yet a while. Look around. Yes, quite true, very large and wonderful, keeps famous time, you say, right, sir? A Monday morning, 'twas so indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Road, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Clossey's window, a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing Sayers held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round and roped prizering. The heavyweights in tight loincloths proposed gently each other to other his bulbous fists. They're always throbbing, heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. 2 pence each, the huckster said. 4 to 6 pence. Tattered pages. The Irish Beekeeper. Life and Miracles of the Curé of Ars. Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pawned school prizes. Stefano Dedalo. Alumno Optimo. Palman Ferenti.
William Hubble, Earl of Dudley, and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Heseltine, drove out after luncheon from the Vice-Regal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honorable Mrs. Paget, Miss De Courcy, and the Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., in attendance. The cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park, saluted by obsequious policemen, and proceeded past Knightsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge, Mr. Thomas Kernan, beyond the river, greeted him vainly from afar. Between Queens and Whitworth bridges, Lord Dudley's viceregal carriages passed and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L.M.A., who stood on Erin Quay outside Mrs. M.E. White's, the pawnbrokers, at the corner of Erin Street West, stroking his nose with his forefinger. Undecided whether he should arrive at Philsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram or by hailing a car or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill, and Broadstone Terminus. In the porch of Four Courts, Richie Golding, with the cost bag of Golding, Collis, and Ward, saw him with surprise. Past Richmond Bridge at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dodd, solicitor, agent for the Patriotic Insurance Company, an elderly female about to enter changed her plan and, retracing her steps by King's windows, smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice in Wood Quay, wall under Tom Devon's office, Pottle River hung out in fealty a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the crossblind of the Ormond Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head watched and admired. On Ormond Quay, Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His Excellency graciously returned Mr. Dedalus's greeting. From Cahill's Corner, the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of Lord's deputies whose hands benignant had held of yore rich advowsons. On Grattan Bridge, Lenehan and McCoy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by. Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big red printing house, Gertie McDowell, carrying the Catesby's cork lino letters for her father, who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what Her Excellency had on because the tram and Spring's big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of its being the Lord Lieutenant. Beyond Lundy Foots from the shaded door of Kavanaugh's wine rooms, John Wise Nolan smiled with unseen coldness towards the Lord Lieutenant General and the General Governor of Ireland. The Right Honorable William Hubble, Earl of Dudley, GCVO, passed Mickey Anderson's all-times ticking watches and Henry and James's wax, smart-suited, fresh-cheeked models. The gentleman Henry, Daniere Cree James, over against Dame Gate, Tom Rocheford and Nosy Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rocheford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of his pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his hat to her, a charming soubrette. Great Marie Kendall, with adobe cheeks and lifted skirt, smiled dobily from her poster upon William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H.D. Heseltine, and also upon the Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C. From the window of the D.B.C. Buck Mulligan gaily, and Haynes gravely gazed down on the vice-regal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests, whose mass of forms darkened the chessboard whereon John Howard Parnell looked intently.
In Founses Street, Dilly Daedalus, straining her sight upward from Chardinal's first French primer, saw sunshades spanned and wheel spokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine-big oyster eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch, not looked at, in his fat left hand, not feeling it. Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawned the air, Mrs. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tomes to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made haste to reply. At Ponsonby's corner, a jaded white flagon H halted, and 4 tall-hatted white flagons halted behind him, ELY''S, while outriders pranced past and carriages. Opposite Pigot's music warerooms, Mr. Dennis J. McGeaney, professor of dancing, etc., gaily appareled, gravely walked, outpassed by a viceroy, and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tan shoes and socks with sky-blue clocks to the refrain of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Blazes Boylan presented to the leader's sky-blue frontlets and high action a sky-blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle, and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pockets forgot to salute, but he offered to the 3 ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowing consort to the program of music which was being discoursed in College Park. Unseen brazen Highland laddies blared and drum-thrumped after the cortege, but though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes, barabum, yet I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose, barabum. Thither of the wall the quarter-mile flat handicappers, M.C. Green, H. Shrift, T. M. Patey, C. Scaife, J. B. Jeffs, G. N. Morphy, F. Stevenson, C. Adderley, and W. C. Huggard started in pursuit. Striding past Finn's Hotel, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. M.E. Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian vice-consulate. Deep in Leinster Street by Trinity's postern, a loyal king's man, Hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap. As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper, and raised also his new black cap with fingers greased by pork steak paper. His collar, too, sprang up. The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Mirrors Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent's. In Lower Mount Street, a pedestrian in a brown mackintosh eating dry bread passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy's path. At the Royal Canal Bridge, from his hoarding, Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lips agrin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner, 2 sanded women halted themselves, an umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress without his golden chain. On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads, His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare male walkers, the salute of 2 small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849, and the salute of Almedano Artifoni's sturdy trousers swallowed by a closing door.
Yorkshire girl, Yorkshire through and through. My girl's a Yorkshire girl, by gum, she's a champion, though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes. I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose.
Bronze by gold, Miss Douce's head by Miss Kennedy's head, over the cross blind of the Ormond bar, heard vice-regal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Douce said, yes, sitting with her ex, pearl gray and Neil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog, Miss Douce said, look at the fella in a tall silk. Who? Where? Asked Gold more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Douce, wet lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted, Bronze, to the very backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of harried breath. Her wet lips tittered. He's cool looking back. She laughed. Wept. Aren't men frightful idiots? And with sadness, Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly, bright light twining a loose hair behind an ear, sauntering sadly. Gold no more. She twisted, twined a hair. Sadly she twined and sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times. Then she said, a man. Blue who went by Moulang's pipes, bearing in his breast the sweets of sin by one's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words by Carol's dusky battering plate for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them, unheeding him, he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china, and there's your taste, he said. Miss Kennedy, with manners, transposed the tea tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes. Lo. Where? Lo, where did it go? Lo. Lo. I put it so low I can't find it. What is it? Lord Boots unmannerly asked. Find out, Miss Douce retorted, leaving her spine point. Your beau, is it? A haughty Bronze replied. I'll complain to Mrs. Damasi on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence. Boots snout sniffed rudely as he retreated, as she threatened as he had come. Bloom. On her flower, frowning, Miss Douce said, most aggravating the young brat is if he doesn't conduct himself. I'll wring his ear a yard long. Ladylike, in exquisite contrast. Take no notice, Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in teacup tea, then back to the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7, yes, bronze from a near, by gold from afar, heard steel from a near, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoofs, ring hoof, ring steel. Am I awfully sunburnt? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy, it gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Douce half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror, gilded lettered where hawk and claret glasses shimmered, and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerin, Miss Kennedy advised, bidding her neck and hands adieu. Miss Douce, those things break out in a rash, replied, receipted. I asked that old fogey and boys for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed, oh, don't remind me of him for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Douce entreated. Sweet tea, Miss Kennedy, having poured with milk, plugged both two ears with little fingers. No, don't, she cried. I won't listen, she cried.
By Cantwell's offices roved grease abloom, by Cheppy's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as I. Religion pays. Must see him for that pair. Eat first, I want, not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing, clock hands turning. On. Where eat the Clarence, the dolphin, on, for Raoul, eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads, the violet silk petticoats, not yet, the sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Daedalus, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips, he strolled. Oh, welcome back, Miss Douce. He held her hand, enjoyed her holidays. Oh, tip-top. He hoped she had nice weather in Rostrevor. Gorgeous, she said. Look at the holy show I am, lying out on the strand all day. Bronze whiteness. That was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Daedalus told her and pressed her hand indulgently, tempting poor, simple males. Miss Douce of Satin deuced her arm away. Oh, go away, she said. You're very simple, I don't think. He was. Well, now I am, he mused. I looked so simple in the cradle, they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty, Miss Douce made answer. And what did the doctor order today? Well, now, he mused, whatever you say yourself, I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half glass of whiskey. Jingle. With the greatest alacrity, Miss Douce agreed. With grace of alacrity, towards the mere gilt Cantrell and Cochrane's she turned herself. With grace she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat, Mr. Daedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last. Yes, yes, yes. He fingered shreds of hair, her mermaid hair, her maiden hair, her mermaid's into the bowl. Chips, shreds, musing, mute. None not said nothing. Yes. Gaily Miss Douce polished a tumbler, trilling, Oh, why, Dolores, Queen of the Eastern Seas. Oh, was Mr. Lidwell today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom, crossed bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write. By paper, dailies, girl there civil. Bloom, old Bloom, blue bloom is on the rye.
The spring is waning fast, my love. The corn is in the ear. The summer nights are coming, love. The moon shines bright and clear. Then pretty Jane, my dearest Jane, never look so shy. But meet me in the evening while the bloom is on the rye. What name the day, the wedding day, and I will buy the ring. The lads and maids in favors white, and village bells, the village bells shall ring. The spring is waning fast, my love. The corn is in the ear. The summer nights are coming, love. The moon shines bright and clear. Then pretty Jane, my dearest Jane, never look so shy. But meet me in the evening while the bloom is on the rye.
Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from anear by bronze from afar. Lenahan heard and knew and hailed him. See, the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me, he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black, wary Hecate walked towards Richie Goulding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were round, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him, but Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom, and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a sloe gin for me. Wire in yet? Not yet. At 4 she. Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Goulding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello. Where off to? Something to eat? I too was just in here. What? Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Deuce reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust that all but burst so high. Oh, jerked Lenahan, gasping at each stretch. Oh. But easily she seized her prey and let it low in triumph. Why don't you grow? Asked Blazes Boyland. She bronze, dealing from her oblique jar, thick, syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed, flower in his coat, who gave him, and syruped with her voice. Fine goods in small parcels, that is to say, she. Neatly she poured slow, syrupy slow. Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down, coin rang. Hold on, Lenahan, till I... Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubble dale. Scepter will win in a canter, he said. I plunged a bit, said Boylan, winking and drinking. Not on my own, you fancy. Fancy of a friend of mine. Lenahan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Miss Deuce's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idolores, the eastern seas. Clock word. Miss Kennedy passed their way. Flower. Wonder who gave. Bearing away tea tray. Clock clacked. Miss Deuce took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged, clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins and change. Looked to the west, a clack for me. What time is that? Asked Blazes Boyland. 4 o'clock. Lenahan, small eyes a hunger on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boyland's elbow sleeve. Let's hear the time, he said. The bag of Goulding, Collis, Ward led Bloom by rye bloom flowered tables. Aimless, he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. Be near, at 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come. What appetite? I couldn't do. Wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze, azure-eyed blazers, sky blue bow and eyes. Go on, pressed Lenahan. There's no one. He never heard. To Flora's lips did high, a high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze Deuce communing with her rose that sank and rose, sought Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. Please, please. He pleaded over, returning praises of avowal. I could not leave thee afterwards, Miss Deuce promised coyly. No, now, urged Lenahan. Sonnez la cloche. Oh, do, there's no one. She looked, quick. Miss Ken out of earshot. Sunbent, 2 kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering the chord strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord and lost and found it, faltering. Go on, do, sonne. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee, delayed, taunted them still, bending, suspending with willful eyes. Sonne, smack. She set free sudden and rebound her nipped elastic garter, smack warm against her smackable woman's warm-hosed thighs. La cloche, cried gleeful Lenahan. Trained by the owner. No sawdust there. She smile-smirked supercilious, wept. Aren't men? But lightward, gliding, mild, she smiled on Boyland. You're the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said.
Bald Pat, bored waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. 4 now. How warm this black is. Course, nerves a bit. Refracts, is it? Heat. Let me see. Cider. Yes, a bottle of cider. What's that? Mr. Daedalus said. I was only vamping, man. Come on, Bob, Ben Dollard called. Begone, dull Claire. Come, Bob. He ambled Dollar, bulky slops before them. Hold that fellow hold him now, into the saloon. He plumped him Dollard on the stool. His gouty balls plumped chords. Plumped, stopped abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met Tealess Gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window watched, Bronze from afar. Jingle, a tinkle, jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off. Light sob of breath, Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers. Jingling, he's gone. Jingle, here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Daedalus said. God be with old times. Miss Douce's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the crossblind, smitten by sunlight. Gone. Pensive, who knows? Smitten, the smiting light. She lowered the drop line with a sliding cord. She drew down, pensive. Why did he go so quick about her bronze, over the bar where Bald stood by Sister Gold, in exquisite contrast. Contrast, inexquisite, non-exquisite. Slow, cool, dim, sea green, sliding depth, shadow, eau de Nil. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Callie reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the collared grand. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Daedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by Jaspers, I had no wedding garment. They laughed, all three. He had no wedding. All trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Daedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar, to the lost cord pipe. Bald Pat carried 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy. And Father Callie laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers, too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Callie blushed to his brilliant purply lobes. He saved the situation. Tight trousers. Brilliant idea. I knew he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration. And who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business? Do you remember? We had to search all Hollis Street to find them till the chap in Keogh's gave us the number. Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks up and the things there. Mr. Daedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Marion Square style, ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either. What? Any God's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and trunk hose. What? Aye, aye, Mr. Daedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Thank you.
The harping chords of prelude chord closed. A chord long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing, Richie turned. "Sigh Daedalus' voice," he said. Brain-tipped, cheek-touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow, endearing flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter, hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So, that will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air, a voice sang to them, low, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what do you call them, dulcimers, touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good, good to hear. Sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard, when first they saw lost Richie, Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful, love-soft, oft-loved word. Love that is singing love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet, love's old sweet sonne-la gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double, fourfold, in octave, jive them fast, full of hope and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score, increase their flow, throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head, it's simply jingle all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head, it simply swirls, perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife, I want to know? Jing, stop, knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall, there? How do you? I do well. There? What? Or file of cashews, kissing comfits in her satchel. Yes, hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still, cork air softer, also their brogue. Silly man, could have made oceans of money, singing wrong words, wore out his wife, now sings, but hard to tell, only the two themselves. If he doesn't break down, keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too, drink, nerves overstrung. Must be abstemious to sing, jenny-limbed soup. Stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream, for creamy, dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha, give, take, throb, a pulsing, proud, erect. Words, music, no, it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, noted, disnoted. Bloom, flood of warm, jam, lick it up, secretness, flowed to flow, in music, out in desire, dark to lick, flow invading, tipping her, tapping her, topping her, tup, pours to dilate, dilating, tup, the joy, the feel, the warm, the tup, to pour or sluices, pouring gushes, flood, gush, flow, joy gush, tup throb, now, language of love. Ray of hope is beaming, Lydia for Lidwell, squeak, scarcely heard so ladylike, the muse unsqueaked a ray of hope. Martha it is, coincidence, just going to write, Lionel's song, lovely name you have, can't write, except my little prez, play on her heartstrings, purse strings too, she's a, I called you naughty boy, still the name Martha, how strange today.
di quell'angelica beltà, scolta ancor dall'amor, cancellar non ne potrà, in poter di poter palpitar con lei d'amor, può sospiri il martir che m'affanna e strazia il cor, e strazza il cor. Ma pari tutto amor, il mio sguardo incontrò. Bella sì, che il mio cor ansio volevo Marta, tu sparisti e il mio cor col tuo mordò. Tu la pace mi rapisti, di dolore morirò. Di dolor mio
The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie, Poldy, Lydia, Lidwell, also sang to Pat, open mouth, ear, waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him, Gould, Lidwell, won Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though. Explain better why the barber and Dragos always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar, though farther. Each grateful look. First night, when first I saw her at Matt Dillon's in Tenurine, yellow, black lace she wore, musical chairs, we two the last, fate after her, fate, round and round slow, quick round, we two, all looked halt, down she sat, all ousted looked, lips laughing, yellow knees, charmed my eye, singing, waiting, she sang, I turned her music, full voice of perfume, of what perfume does your lilac trees, bosom I saw, both full throat warbling. First I saw, she thanked me. Why did she me? Fate, Spanishy eyes under a pear tree, alone, patio this hour in old Madrid, one side in shadow. Dolores, Shedolores, at me, luring, alluring. Martha, our Martha. Quieting all language, Lionel cried in grief, and cry of passion dominant, to love to return with deepening, yet with rising chords of harmony. And cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel, for only her he waited. Where? Here, there, try there, here, all, try where, somewhere. Come, thou lost one, come, thou lost one. Alone, one love, one hope, one comfort, me, Martha, chestnut, return. Come. It soared, a bird, it held its flight, a swift, pure cry. Soar silver orb, it leaped serene, speeding, sustained to come. Don't spin it out too long. Long breath, he breath, long life, soaring high, high, resplendent, aflame, crowned, high in the effulgent, symbolistic, high of the ethereal bosom, high of the high, vast irradiation everywhere, all soaring, all around, about the all, the endlessness nest. To me, Seapold, consumed, come, well sung, all clapped, she ought to, come, to me, to him, to her, you too, me, us.
Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Goulding listened. And by the door, deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, mea culpa. Latin again. That holds them like birdlime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women, chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee, corpus nomine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive, full-busted satin. Kernan, sigh. The sighing voice of sorrow sang. His sins, since Easter he had cursed 3 times. You bitches bast. And once at Mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy, a crappie boy. Bronze, listening, by the beer pool gazed far away, soulfully. Doesn't half know I'm Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways, mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Cock cara cara. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Knight Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of home sweet home. Wiped his nose in curtain, too. Custom his country, perhaps. That's music, too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses through up trunks. Double basses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand open crocodile music hath jaws. Woodwind, like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low cut, belongings on show. Clove, her breath was always in theater when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papas. Hypnotized, listening. Eyes like that. She bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature, woman, half a look. God made the country, man the tune. Met him pike hoses. Philosophy, oh rocks. All gone, all fallen. At the siege of Ross, his father, at Gorey, all his brothers fell. To Wexford, We are the boys of Wexford, he would, last of his name and race. I too, last of my race, Millie, young student. Well, my fault perhaps, no son, Rudy, too late now. Or if not, if still, he bore no hate. Hate, love, those are names. Rudy, soon I am old. Big Ben, his voice unfolded. Great voice, Richie Goulding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to bloom soon old. But when was young? Ireland comes now, my country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, Father, Dollard the Croppy cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed, to go.
Ben Dollard bulkily cachuchad towards the bar, mightily praise-fed and all big roseate, on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castagnettes in the air. Big Ben Dollard, big Ben, big Ben. And deep moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing they brought him forth, Ben Dollard in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Deuce composed her rose to wait. Ben Macri, said Mr. Daedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder blade. Fit as a fiddle, only has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute alone sat, Golding, Collis, Ward. Uncertainly he waited. Unpaid pat, too. Tap, 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 tap. Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of Tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured Tankard. Tank one believed. Miss Ken when she, that doll he was, she doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina, Mr. Dollard. And The Last Rose of Summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina, 'tis the last rose of summer, Dollard left. Bloom felt wind wound round inside. Gassy thing, that cider. Binding, too. Wait. Post office near Reuben J's, 1 and 8 pence, too. Get shut of it. Dodge around by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the Ben Hoth, that rules the world. Far, 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 tap, 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 up the key went Lena Leopold, naughty Henry with letter for Maddie, with sweets of sin, with frillies for Raoul, with metempsychosis went pulled yon. Tap blind walking tap by the tap, the curbstone tapping tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it, kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway, the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts, all ears, not lose a demi-semi-quaver, eyes shut, head nodding in time, dotty. You daren't budge, thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop, fiddle-faddle about notes.
Just a quick, I wanted to make sure Scott Holden got credit for reading that, filling in last minute. Thanks, Scott.
Tis the last rose of summer left blooming alone. All her lovely companions are faded and gone. No flower of her kindred, no rosebud is nigh to refleet back her blushes, to give sigh for sigh. I'll not leave thee, thou lone one, to pine on the stem, since the lovely are sleeping. Go sleep thou with them. Thus kindly I scatter thy leaves o'er the bed, where thy of the garden lie scentless and dead. So soon may I follow when friendships decay, and from love's sleeping circle the gems drop away. When true hearts lie withered and fond ones are flown. Oh, who would inhabit this bleak world alone?
Tap, Tap. A stripling, blind with a tapping cane, came tap, tap, tapping by Daly's window, where a mermaid, hair all streaming, but he couldn't see. Blew whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't. Mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments, a blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn. Ha! Have you the cloak? Sonne-la. Shepherdess pipe. Pee-wee, little wee. Policeman a whistle. Locks and keys. Sweep. 4 o'clock, all's well. Sleep. All is lost now. Drum. Pompey. Wait, I know. Town crier, bum bailiff, Long John, waking the dead, Palm, Digman, poor little nomine domine. Palm, it is music, I mean, of course it's all palm, 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 very much what they call da capo. Still, you can hear, as we march along, palm. I really must. Now, if I did that at a banquet, just a question of custom, Shah of Persia, breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same, he must have been a bit of a natural, not to see that it was a yeoman cap, muffled up. Wonder who that chap was at the grave in the brown mackin. Oh, the whore of the lane. A frowsy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing, yes, it is, I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane, horn, who had the hee-haw, she saw, offer beat, here. What is she? Hope she? Pish, any chance of your wash? New Molly had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that appointment we made, knowing we'd never, well, hardly ever. Too dear, too near to home, sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day. Face like a dip. Damn her. Oh, well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Mark's antique sales shop window, haughty Henry Lionel Leopold, dear Henley Flower, earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisioned battered candlesticks, melodeon oozing maggoty blow bags. Bargain, 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Course, everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with, wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from anear, near gold from afar, they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First lid, D, cow, cur, doll, a 5th, Lidwell, Cy, Daedalus, Bob Calley, Kernan, and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Mark's window. Robert Emmett's last words, 7 last words, of Meyerbeer, that is. True men like you men, aye, aye, Ben, will lift your glass with us. They lifted. It's chink, chunk. Tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze, he saw not gold, nor Ben, nor Bob, nor Tom, nor Cy, nor George, nor Tanks, nor Richie, nor Pat. He he did not see. See Bloom, Grease of Bloom viewed last words softly. When my country takes her place among, must be the burr. Nations of the earth, no one behind, she's past, then and not till then, crammed, cran, good opportunity, coming, cran, I'm sure it's the Burgund. Yes, 1, 2, let my epitaph be written. I have done.
Well farted, Kevin. Well farted. We're about 10 minutes behind, but we're still going to take about a 10-minute music break. So we're going to add some more seats here too. So thank you, everyone. Good job, guys.
Hi. Slim Chicks. very much. We'll be back in an hour and 10. Sure. Yep.
All right, everyone, thank you. We are back to it right now. We could have your attention while... Switch it. No, you can switch. While our singer does God Save Ireland. Join in if you can. Thank you, everyone. I know we had to move it indoors, and it's a little different volume. It's a little different to hear things than it is on the street. So just keep that in mind, everybody, while the reading's going on. But also, if you can talk, but just keep it down. You know what I mean, right? Like we're all trying to work it together. So thank you all.
So we turned into Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was the citizen up in the corner, having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel Gary Owen. And he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole, with his Kruskin lawn and his load of papers, working for the cause. The bloody mongrel, let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact He ate the good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came round one time with a blue paper about a license. "Stand and deliver," says he. That's all right, citizen," says Joe. "Friends here." "Pass, friends," says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, "What's your opinion of the times?" Doing the rappery and the rory of the hill, but begob, Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise," she says, sliding his hand down his fork. So, begob, the citizen claps his paw on his knee, and he says, "Foreign wars is the cause of it." And Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, "It's the Russians wish to tyrannize." "Ara, give over your bloody codding, Joe," says I. "I've a thirst on me. I wouldn't sell for half a crown." "Give it a name, citizen," says Joe. "Wine of the country," says he. "What's yours?" says Joe. "Ditto, Macanaspy," says I. 3 pints, Terry," says Joe. "How's the old heart, citizen?" says he. "Oh, never better, Achada," says he. What, Gary? Are we going to win, eh? And with that, he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of his neck, and by Jesus, he near throttled him. The figure, seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower, was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, frank-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shaggy-bearded, wide-mouthed, large-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder, he measured several ells, and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny, prickly hair in hue and toughness similar to the mountain gorse, Ulex europaeus. The wide-winged nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field lark might easily have lodged their nest. The eyes, in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery, were of a dimension of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance, ba-bump, the loud, strong, hail reverberations, ba-bump, of his formidable heart, ba-bump, thundered rumblingly, ba-bump, causing the ground, ba-bump, the summit of the lofty tower, ba-bump, and the still loftier walls of the cave, ba-bump, to vibrate and tremble.
Before I begin, I would like you all to welcome a very good old friend of mine. Many, many years ago, when I was just starting out as an actor, my good friend Lois Sadeloff said, "Kid, you're never going to get anywhere in this profession as a mixshicker. You need a Jewish theater mom." So would you kindly welcome 100 years and 8 months pregnant, no, 100 years and 8 months young, Lois Sadeloff. Mom, I'm out of work presently. After this, I need about $500 if you could help me. Cyclops. So then the citizen begins talking about the Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the Shonines that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his chuppany stump that he cadged off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the Anti-Treating League and Drink the Course of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob. He'd let you pour all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night, I went in with a fella into one of their musical meetings, song and dance about, she could get up on the truss of hay, she could my Maureen lay. And there was a fellow with a ballyhooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen Bonds going about with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob, flahula entertainment. No. Don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fella starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune the old cow died of. And one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings on with the females hitting below the belt. So however, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me, and I train him by kindness, so I would if he was my dog, give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. Afraid he'll bite you, says the citizen, jeering. No, says I, but he might take my leg for a lamppost. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary, says he. Then he starts howling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old towser growling, letting on to answer like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard. As they let off between them, someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publico in the papers about muzzling, about the muzzling order for a dog like that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from the drought is in it, and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is Legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvelous exhibition of synanthropy given by the famous old red Irish setter wolf dog, formerly known by the sobriquet of Garryowen, and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances, Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought-out dietary system, comprises, among other achievements, the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, wild horses shall not drag him from us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to delucidate and compare the verse recited, and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the ranns of ancient Celtic bards. We're not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of the Little Sweet Branch has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as a contributor DOC points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Raftery and Donald McConsidine, to say nothing of a more modern lyrist at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar, whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe that our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and isosyllabic rules of the Welsh Englyn, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctively, in a tone suggestive of suppressed rancor. The curse of my courses, save 7 days every day and 7 dry Thursdays on you, Barney Kiernan, has no sup of water to cool my courage and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights.
So JJ puts in a word, doing the toff about one story was good till you heard another, and blinking facts and the Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope and drawing up a bill of attainder to impeach a nation, and Bloom trying to back 'em up, moderation and botheration and their colonies and their civilization. Their civilization, you mean, says the citizen. To hell with them. The curse of a good-for-nothing God light sideways on the bloody, thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they stole from us. Tongue-tied sons of bastards, ghosts. The European family, says JJ. They're not European. Says the citizen, I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet d'essence. And, says John Wise, full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenehan, that knows a bit of the lingo, Con spes l'anglais, perfide, Albion, he said, and then he lifted in his rude, great, brawny, strengthy hands the mitre of dark, strong, foamy ale, and uttering his tribal slogan, L'âme de Chabou, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty, valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster, silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you, says I to Lenehan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Gold cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenehan, says Terry. Throwaway, says he, at 20-1. A rank outsider, and the rest nowhere. And Bass's mare, says Terry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip scepter for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Terry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me, Lord Howard de Walden's. 20-1, says Lenehan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throwaway, says he, takes the biscuit and talking about bunions. Frailty, thy name is Scepter. So he went over to the biscuit tin Bob Doran left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod. The old cur after him backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. She'd have won the money only for the other dog. And JJ and the citizen arguing about law and history with Bloom, sticking it an odd word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mote in others' eyes, but they can't see the beam in their own.
As treeless as Portugal will be soon, says John Wise, or Heligoland with its one tree, if something is not done to reforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castletown's. Save them, says the citizen. The giant ash of Galway and the chieftain elm of Kildare, with the 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage, save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the fair hills of Ayr. Oh, Europe has its eyes on you, said Lenihan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Wise de Newlyn, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley. Lady Sylvester Elmshade, Mrs. Barbara Love Birch, Mrs. Pole Ash, Mrs. Holly Hazel Eyes, Miss Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Canebrake, Mrs. Clyde Twelvetrees, Mrs. Rowan Green, Mrs. Helen Vinegadding, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth, Miss Blanche Maple, Mrs. Maud Mahogany, Miss Myra Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss B. Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O. Mimosa San, Miss Rachel Cedarfrond, the Mrs. Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall, Mrs. Kitty Dewey Moss, Miss May Hawthorne, Mrs. Gloriana Palm, Mrs. Liana Forrest, Mrs. Arabella Blackwood, and Mrs. Norma Holyoke of Oakhome Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the McConifer of the Glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerized silk, molded on an underslip of gloaming gray, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald, and finished with a triple flounce of darker-hued fringe, the scheme being relieved by bretelles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honor, Miss Larch Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone, a dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe and repeated capriciously in the jade green toques in the form of heron feathers of palantined coral. Senhor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability, and in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman Spare That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of St. Fiacre in Horto after the papal blessing, the happy pair was subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech mast, bay leaves, catkin of willow, ivy tod, holly berries, mistletoe sprigs, and quicken shoots. Mr. and Mrs. Wise Conifer Newlyn will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest.
Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that about the old one, with the winkers of her blind drunk in her royal palace every night. God, old Vic, with her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her body and bones to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing him old bits of song about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says J.J., we have Edward the Peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pax about that boyo, Edward Gulf Welton. And what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests and bishops of Ireland, doing up his room in Maynooth in his satanic majesty's racing colors and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode, the Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says Little Elf. And says J.J., considerations of space influence their lordship's decision. Will you try another, citizen? Yes, sir, says he. I will. You, says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I. May your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe.
Bloom was talking and talking with John Weiss, and he quite excited with his dun-duckety mud-colored mug on him and his old plum eyes rolling about. Persecution, says he. All the history of the world is full of it, perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation is, says John Weiss. Yes, says Bloom. What is it, says John Weiss. A nation, says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. By God, then, says Ned, laughing, if that's so, I'm a nation for living in the same place for the past 5 years. So, of course, everyone had a laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it, or also living in different places. Well, that covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I might ask, says the citizen. Well, Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here in Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet. And gob, he spat a Red Bank oyster out of him right into the corner. After you with the push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words. The much treasured and intricately embroidered ancient Irish face cloth attributed to Solomon of Droma and Manus Tumultuck MacDonough, authors of the Book of Ballymalt, was carefully produced and called forth prolonged admiration. No need to dwell on the legendary beauty of the corner pieces, the acme of art, wherein one can distinctly discern each of the four evangelists in turn presenting to each of the four masters his evangelical symbol, a bog oak scepter, a North American puma, a far nobler king of beasts than the British article, be it said in passing, a Kerry calf, and a golden eagle from Carrauntoohil. The scene depicted on the emunctory field, showing our ancient duns and raths and cromlechs and granons and seats of learning and maledictive stones, are as wonderfully beautiful as the pigments, as delicate as when the Sligo illuminators gave free rein to their artistic fantasy long, long ago in the time of Barmidoses. Glendalough, the lovely lake of Killarney, the ruins of Clonmacnoa, Cong Abbey, Glen Enoch and the 12 Pines, Ireland's Eye, the green hills of Tulloch, Krog Patrick, the brewery of Messrs. Arthur Guinness, Sons and Company, Limited, Loch Neck's banks, the Vale of Ovaka, Isolde's Tower, the Mappus Obelisk, Sir Patrick Dunn's Hospital, Cape Clear, the Glen of Arlow, Lynch's Castle, the Scotch House, Rathdowns Union Workhouse and Loughlin's Town, Tullamore Jail, Castle Connell Rapids, Killyballymussakill, the Cross, the Mosterkbroice, Gerz Hotel, St. Patrick's Purgatory, the Salmon Leap, Maynooth College Refectory, Curly's Hole, the three birthplaces of the first Duke of Wellington, the Rock of Cashel, the Bog of Allen, the Henry Street Warehouse, Fingal's Cave, all these moving scenes are still there for us today, rendered more beautiful still by the waters of sorrow which have passed over them and by the rich incrustations of time.
the thraldom chain. On the war cry in Sinn Féin Amain. There in the land that a liberty utter, there and there only the battle must be. Think of the prize and your heart will not falter. Think of the future when thy night of free. On for a nation's fight, on to the noble fight. Leap from your sleep at the call of the dawn. Win back your own outlet, tear off the thraldom chain. On the war cry with Sinn Féin Amain. Win back your own again, tear off the thraldom chain. On the war cry with Sinn Féin Amain.
Show us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted. Also now, this very moment, this very instant. Gob, he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he, plundered, insulted, persecuted, taken what belongs to us by right. At this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about the New Jerusalem, says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wise. Stand up to it then with farce, like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Mark for a soft-nosed bullet, old lardy-face standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if he only had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Farce, hatred, history, all that. That's not life for men and women, insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that is really life. What? Says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now, says he to John Wise. Just round to the court a moment to see if Merton is there. If he comes, just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering ya? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wise, isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbor? That chap, says the citizen. Beggar me neighbor is his motto, love. Moya, he's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. MB loves a fair gentleman. Leechy Han, lovey Chapu Chow. Jumbo, the elephant, loves Alice, the elephant. Old Mr. Verschoyle with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verschoyle with the turned-in eye. The man in the brown Macintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person, and this person loves that other person, because everybody loves somebody, but God loves everybody.
So, in comes Martin, asking where was Bloom. Where is he? Says Lenihan. Defrauding widows and orphans. Isn't that a fact? Says John Wise. What I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Féin. That's so, says Martin, or so they allege. Who made those allegations? Said Alf. I, says Joe. I'm the alligator. And after all, says John Wise, why can't the Jew love his country like the next fella? Why not, says JJ, when he's quite sure which country it is. Is he a Jew or a Gentile or a Holy Roman or a swaddler or what the hell is he, says Ned. Or who is he? No offence, Crofton. Who is Junius, says JJ. We don't want him, says Crofter, the Orangeman or Presbyterian. He's a perverted Jew, says Martin, from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle. Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist, says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin. Only namesakes. His name was Virag, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did. That's the new Messiah for Ireland, says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for the Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter, so are we. Yes, says JJ. And every male that's born, they think it may be their Messiah. And every Jew is in a tall state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a mother or a father. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenihan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets, buying a tin of Neve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. On ventre sa mère, says JJ. Do you call that a man, says the citizen. I wonder, did he ever put it out of sight? Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Parr. Who does he suspect, says the citizen. Gob, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed Midlands he is. Lying up in the hotel, Pisser was telling me, once a month with a headache like a toddy with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fella that like that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then sloping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing. Not as much as would blind your eye. Charity to the neighbour, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. A wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is, Virag from Hungary. Asudus, I call him, cursed by God. Have you have time for the brief libation, Martin, says Ned. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick, JJ and S. You, Jack Crofton. 3 half ones, Kerry. St. Patrick would want to land again at Ballycallar and convert us, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass, God bless all, here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe.
But who was Gertie? Gertie McDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was, in very truth, as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a Giltrap than a McDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility, but those iron jelloids she had been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster, with tapering fingers and as white as lemon juice and Queen of Ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed or take a milk foot bath either. Bertha Supple told at once to Edie Boardman a deliberate lie when she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie. The girl chums had, of course, their little tiffs from time to time, like the rest of mortals. And she told her not to let on, whatever she did, that it was her that told her, or she'd never speak to her again. No, honor where honor is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid, queenly hauteur about Gertie, which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie McDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land, and have seen herself exquisitely gowned with jewels on her brow, and patrician suitors at her feet, vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange, yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Women Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrow line, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes, so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured in how to be tall, increase your height, and you have a beautiful face, but your nose, that would suit Miss Dignam, because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters, and pared her nails too, Thursday, for wealth. And just now, at Edie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose bloom, crept into her cheeks, she looked so lovely in her sweet girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal.
Just so I can see, everybody, your copy of Ulysses that you're looking at right now, hold it up. I just want to look at all the different books that are here in the room today. I love that you were all following along. Thank you so much. This next group, these are also Rosenbach Ulysses graduates.
Sissy came up along the strand with the two twins and their ball, with her hat anyhow on her to one side after her run. And she did look a streel, tugging the two kids along with the flimsy blouse she had bought only a fortnight before, like a rag on her back, and a bit of her petticoat hanging like a caricature. Gertie just took off her hat for a moment to settle her hair, and a prettier, a daintier head of nut brown tresses was never seen on a girl's shoulders. A radiant little vision, in soothe, almost maddening in its sweetness. You would have to travel many a long mile before you found a head of hair the like of that. She could almost see the swift answering flash of admiration in his eyes that set her tingling in every nerve. She put on her hat so that she could see from underneath the brim, and swung her buckled shoe faster, for her breath caught as she caught the expression in his eyes. He was eyeing her as a snake eyes its prey. Her woman's instinct told her that she had raised the devil in him, and at the thought a burning scarlet swept from her throat to brow till the lovely color of her face became a glorious rose. Edie Boardman was noticing it too, because she was squinting at Gertie, half smiling, with her specs like an old maid, pretending to nurse the baby. Irritable little gnat she was, and always would be, and that was why no one could get on with her poking her nose into what was no concern of hers. And she said to Gertie, "A penny for your thoughts?"
"What?" replied Gertie with a smile reinforced by the whitest of teeth. "I was only wondering, was it late?" Because she wished to goodness they'd take the snotty-nosed twins and their Bobby home to the mischief out of that. So that was why she gave just a gentle hint about its being late. And when Sissy came up, Edie asked her the time, and Miss Sissy, as glib as you like, said it was 1/2 kissing time, time to kiss again. But Edie wanted to know because they were told to be in early. "Wait," said Sissy, "I'll run and ask my Uncle Peter over there what's the time by his conundrum." So over she went, and when he saw her coming, she could see him take his hand out of his pocket, getting nervous, and beginning to play with his watch chain, looking up at the church. Passionate nature though he was, Gertie could see that he had enormous control over himself.
One moment, he had been there, fascinated by a loveliness that made him gaze. And the next moment, it was the quiet, grave-faced gentleman, self-control expressed in every line of his distinguished-looking figure. Sissy said to excuse her, would he mind please telling her what was the right time? And Gertie could see him taking out his watch, listening to it, and looking up and clearing his throat. And he said he was very sorry his watch was stopped, but he thought it must be after 8 because the sun was set. His voice had a cultured ring to it, and though he spoke in measured accents, there was a suspicion of a quiver in the mellow tones. Sissy said thanks and came back with her tongue out and said, Uncle said his waterworks were out of order.
Then they sang the second verse of the Tantum Ergo, and Canon O'Hanlon got up again and sensed the Blessed Sacrament and knelt down, and he told Father Conroy that one of the candles was just going to set fire to the flowers, and Father Conroy got up and settled it all right, and she could see the gentleman winding his watch and listening to the works, and she swung her leg more in and out in time. It was getting darker, but he could see, and he was looking all the time that he was winding the watch or whatever he was doing, and then he put it back and put his hands back into his pockets. She felt a kind of a sensation rushing all over her, and she knew by the feel of her scalp and that irritation against her stays that that thing must be coming on, because the last time, too, was when she clipped her hair on account of the moon. His dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshiping at her shrine. If ever there was an undisguised admiration in a man's passionate gaze, it was there plain to be seen on that man's face. It is for you, Gertrude McDowell, and you know it.
Canon O'Hanlon put the Blessed Sacrament back into the tabernacle and genuflected, and the choir sang Laudate Dominum Omnes Gentes, and then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on, and Crosscat Edie asked, wasn't she coming? But Jack Caffrey called out, "Oh, look, sissy!" And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too, over the trees, beside the church, blue, and then green and purple. It's fireworks, Sissy Caffrey said, and they all ran down the Strand to see the houses and the church, helter-skelter. Edie with the pushchair with baby Boardman in it, and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. Come on, Gertie, Sissy said. It's the bizarre fireworks. But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like Rossies, so she could sit so. She said she could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and a light broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion, silent as a grave, and it had made her his. At last, they were left alone, without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death. Steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honor to his fingertips. His hands and his face were working. And a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hand so as not to fall back, looking up, and there was no one to see, only him and her. When she revealed all her graceful, beautifully shaped legs like that, supply soft and delicately rounded, and she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she knew too about the passion of men like that. Supply soft and, she knew too about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded, because Bertha Supple told her once in dead secret, and made her swear she'd never tell, that there was a man out of the congested districts board that had pictures cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers, and she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed. But this was altogether different from a thing like that, because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his, and the first quick, hot touch of his handsome lips. Beside, there was absolution so long as you didn't do the other thing before you were married, and there ought to be women priests that would understand. You're telling out without your telling out. And Sissy Caffrey, too, sometimes had that dreamy look in her eyes. So that she, too, my dear, and Winnie Rippingham, so mad about actors' photographs, and besides, it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did.
And Jackie Caffrey shouted to, "Look, there was another one!" And she leaned back, and the garters were blue to match on account of the transparent. And they all saw it, and they all shouted to, "Look, look, there it was!" And she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks, and something queer was flying through the air, a soft thing, to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up, up, and in the tense hush, they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, high, almost out of sight. And her face was suffused with a divine and entrancing blush from straining back. And he could see other things too. Nainsook knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin better than those other pettywiths, the green 4 and 11 on account of being white. And she let him, and she saw that he saw, and then it went so high, it went out of sight a moment, and she was trembling in every limb from being bent back so far back that he had a full view high up above her knee, where no one ever, not even on the swing or waiting, And she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment, half offered like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen looking. And he kept on looking, looking. She would have fain cried out to him chokingly, held out her snowy, slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry wrung from her, that cry that is wrung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang and bang, shot blind blank, and oh! And then the Roman candle burst, and it was like a sigh of oh! And everyone cried, oh! Oh! And it raptures, and it gushed out of it a stream of rain gold hair threads, and they shed, and ah! They were all greeny, dewy stars falling with the golden. Oh, so lovely. Oh, so soft, so sweet, soft. And then all melted away dewily in the gray air. All was silent. Ah. She glanced at him as she bent forward quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous protest, of shy reproach under which he colored like a girl. He was leaning back against the rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent with bowed head before those young, guileless eyes. What a brute he had been! At it again, a fair, unsullied soul had called to him, and wretch that he was, had he answered, an utter cad he had been, he of all men. But there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes for him, too a word of pardon, even though he has erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No, 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs, alone in the hiding twilight. And there was more to know or tell, save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening to and fro, and little bats don't tell. Sissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was. And then she cried, "Gertie, Gertie, we're going! Come on, we can see from farther up!" Gertie had an idea, one of love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding and waved in reply, of course, without letting him, and then slipped it back. Wonder if he's too far to. She rose. Was it a goodbye? No. She had to go, but they would meet again there. And she would dream of him that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yestereve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart full of a strange shining hung enraptured on her sweet flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears, and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Sissy, to Eddie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, to little baby Boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care and very slowly, because Gertie McDowell was tight boots? No. She's lame. Ugh.
I come, my heart's delight. I come, my heart's delight. The Joe's bright eyes I saw. Joe's bright eyes I saw. Reserve their purest light.
Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she left on the shelf and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman, but makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil all the same. I wouldn't mind. Curiosity like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinty one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect, makes them feel ticklish. I have such a bad headache today. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right. All kinds of crazy longings. Licking pennies, girl in Tranquilla convent that nun told me liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister? How many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she, something in the air. That's the moon. But then, why don't all women menstruate at the same time with the same moon, I mean? Depends on the time they were born, I suppose. Or all start scratch, then get out of step. Sometimes Molly and Millie together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damned glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly "I will punish you" letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning. That Cougar McCoy stopping me to say nothing. And his wife engagement in the country vallis, voiced like a pickaxe. Thankful for small mercies. Cheap, too. Yours for the asking. Because they want it themselves. Their natural craving. Shoals of them every evening poured out of offices. Reserve better. Don't want it if they throw it at you. Catch them alive. Oh. Pity they can't see it in themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes, mutoscope pictures in Capel Street, for men only. Peeping Tom, Willie's hat and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls, or is it all fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her deshabille. Excites them also when they're, I'm all clean come and dirty me, and they like dressing one another for the sacrifice. Millie delighted with Molly's new blouse at first, put them all on to take them all off. Molly. Why, I brought her the violet garters, us too, the tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned-up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night that we first met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his what? Of jet. Say a woman loses a charm with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody. Fashion, part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the street, except the East. Mary, Martha, now as then. No reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either. Always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec, probably. They believe in chance because, like themselves, and the others inclined to give her an odd dig. Girlfriends at school, arms round each other's necks or with 10 fingers locked, kissing and whispering secrets about nothing in the convict garden. Nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coifs, and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get. Barbed wire. Be sure now and write to me, and I'll write to you, now won't you? Molly and Josie Powell. Till Mr. Wright comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is, for the love of God. How are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss, and delighted to kiss to see you. Picking holes in each other's appearance. You are looking splendid. Sister souls, showing their teeth at one another. How many have you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Ah.
Mr. Bloom stooped and turned over a piece of paper on the strand. He brought it near his eyes and peered. Letter? No, can't read. Better go, better. I'm tired to move. Page of an old copybook, all those holes and pebbles. Who could count them? Never know what you find. Bottle with a story of a treasure in it thrown from a wreck. Parcels post. Children always want to throw things in the sea. Trust? Bread cast on the waters. What's this? Bit of stick. Oh, exhausted that female has me. Not so young now. Will she come here tomorrow? Wait for her somewhere, forever. Must come back. Murderers do. Will I? Mr. Bloom, with his stick, gently vexed the thick sand at his foot. Write a message for her. Might remain. What? I. Some flatfoot tramp on it in the morning. Useless. Washed away. The tide comes here. Saw a pool near her foot. Bend. See my face there. Dark mirror. Breathe on it, stirs. All these rocks with lines and scars and letters, oh, those transparent. Besides, they don't know what is the meaning of that other world. I called you naughty boy because I do not like. A. M. A. No room. Let it go. Mr. Bloom effaced the letters with his slow boot. Hopeless thing, sand. Nothing grows in it. All fades. No fear of big vessels coming up here, except Guinness's barges. Round the Kish in 80 days. Done. Half by design. He flung his wooden pen away. The stick fell in silted sand. Stuck. Now, if you were trying to do that for a week on end, you couldn't. Chance. We'll never meet again. But it was lovely. Goodbye, dear. Thanks. Made me feel so young. Short snooze now, if I had. Must be near 9. Liverpool boat, long gone. Not even the smoke. And she can do the other. Did too, and Belfast. I won't go. Race there, race back to Ennis, let him. Just close my eyes a moment. Won't sleep, though. Half dream. It never comes the same. Bat again. No harm in him. Just a few. Oh, sweetie, all your little girl white up I saw dirty brace girdle made me do love sticky wee to naughty grace, darling. She him half past the bed, met him pike hoses, frillies for owl to perfume your wife, black hair heave under embon, senorita young eyes, mulvey plump bubs me bread van, winkle red slippers she rusty sleep wander, years of dreams, return tail end Agendath, swoony, lovey, showed me her next year in drawers, return in her next. A bat flew, here, there, here. Far in the gray, a bell chimed. Mr. Bloom, with open mouth, his left boot sanded sideways, leaned, breathed, just for a few cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. The clock on the mantelpiece in the priest's house cooed where Canon O'Hanlon and Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes, S.J., were taking tea and soda bread and butter and fried mutton chops with catsup and talking about cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Because it was a little canary bird that came out of its little house to tell the time, that Gertie McDowell noticed the time she was there, because she was as quick as anything about a thing like that was Gertie McDowell, and she noticed at once that that foreign gentleman that was sitting on the rocks looking was cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Before born, bliss Babe had. Within womb, one he worship. Whatever in that one case done commodiously, done was. A couch by midwives attended with wholesome food reposeful, cleanest swaddles as though forthbringing were now done, and by wise foresight set. But to this no less of what drugs there is need and surgical implements which are pertaining to her case, not omitting aspect of all very distracting spectacles in various latitudes by our terrestrial orb offered together with images, divine and human, the cogitation of which by sejunct females is to tumescence conducive or eases issue in the high sun-bright, well-built, fair home of mothers, when ostensibly far gone and reproductive, it is come by her thereto to lie in her term up. Some man that wayfaring was stood by house door at night's oncoming. Of Israel's folk was that man that on earth wandered, far had fared. Stark ruth of man his errand that him lone led till that house. Of that house a horn is lord. 70 beds keeps he there, teeming mothers are wont that they lie for to thole and bring forth bairns. Hail so God's angel to Mary's quoth. Watchers tway their walk, white sisters in ward sleepless. Smarts they still, sickness soothing, in 12 moons thrice an hundred. Truest bed thanes they twain are, for horn holding wariest ward. In ward wary the watcher hearing, come that man mild-hearted, eft rising with soiree wimpled, to him her gate wide undid. Lo, 11 leaping lightens in eye-blink Ireland's westward welkin. Full she drad that God the wreaker all mankind would fordo with water for his evil sins. Christ's rood she made on breaststone, and him drew that he would wraith in fair under her thatch. That man her will wotting worthful went in Horn's house. Loth to irk in Horn's hall, hat holding the seeker stood. On her stow he ere was living with dear wife and lovesome daughter, that then over land and sea floor 9 years had long outwandered. Once her in Townhithe meeting, he to her bow had not doffed. Her to forgive now he craved with good ground, for her allowed that of him swift-seen face, hers, so young, then had looked. Light swift her eyes kindled, bloom of blushes his word winning. As her eyes then on got his weeds swart, therefore sorrow she feared. Glad after she was that he ere adread was. Her he asked if O'Hare doctor tidings sent from far coast, and she with grameful sigh answered that O'Hare doctor in heaven was. Sad was the man that word to hear, that him so heaved in bowels ruthful. All she there told him, ruing death for friends so young, algot sore unwilling gods right wiseness to withsay. She said that he had a fair, sweet death through God, his goodness with mass priest to be shriven, holy housel and sick men's oil to his limbs. The man then right earnest asked the nun of which death the man was died, and the nun answered him and said that he was died in Mona Island, through belly crab 3 years gone come Childermas. And she prayed to God the all-ruthful to have his dear soul in his undeathliness. He heard her sad words, in held hat sat staring. So stood they there both a while in one hope, sorrowing one with other. Therefore, every man, look to that last end that is thy death, and the dust that gripeth on every man that is born of woman, for he, as he came naked forth from his mother's womb, so naked shall he wend him at the last, for to go as he came.
Mark this farther, and remember, the end comes suddenly. Enter that antechamber of birth, where the studious are assembled, and note their faces. Nothing, as it seems, there of rash or violent. Quietude of custody, rather, befitting their station in that house. The vigilant watch of shepherds and of angels about a crib in Bethlehem of Judah, long ago. But as before the lightning, the serried storm clouds, heavy with preponderant excess of moisture, in swollen masses turgidly distended, compass earth and sky in one vast slumber, impending above parched field and drowsy oxen and blighted growth of shrub and verdure, till in an instant a flash rives their centers, and with the reverberation of the thunder the cloudburst pours its torrent. So and not otherwise was the transformation, violent and instantaneous, upon the utterance of the word. Berks, outflings my Lord Stephen, giving the cry, and a tag and bobtail of all them after, cockerel, jackanapes, welsher, pill doctor, punctual Bloom at heels, with a universal grabbing at headgear, ash plants, bilboes, Panama hats and scabbards, Zermatt alpenstocks, and whatnot. A daedal of lusty youth, noble every student there. Nurse Callan, taken aback in the hallway, cannot stay them, nor smiling surgeon coming downstairs with news of placentation ended, a full pound if a milligram. They hark him on. The door! It is open? Ha! They are out, tumultuously, off for a minute's race, all bravely legging it, Burks of Denzel and Hollis, their ulterior goal. Dixon follows, giving them sharp language, but raps out an oath, he too, and on. Bloom stays with nurse, a thought to send a kind word to happy mother and nursling up there. Dr. Diet and Dr. Quiet. Looks she too not other now? Ward of watching in Horn's house has told its tale in that washed-out pallor. Then, all being gone, a glance of mother wit helping, he whispers close in going, Madam, When comes the stork bird for thee?
What a pleasure. All off for a Buster, Armstrong, hollering down the street. Bona fides, where you slept last night. Timothy of the battered naggin. Like old Billy-O, any Brolys or gumboats in the family? Where's the Henry Neville Sawbones and old Clo? Sora one o' me knows. Hooray there, Dix, forward to the ribbon counter. Where's Punch? All serene. Jay, look at the drunken minister coming out of the maternity hospital. Benedictat, vos omnipotens Deus Patere Filius. Make, mister, the Denzel Lane boys. Hell blast ye, scoot. Righto, Isaac. Shove him out of the bleeding limelight. Use, join, use, dear sir. No intrusion in life. Lou heap good man. Ali say me this bunch. En avant, my enfant. Fire away, number one on the gun. Burks, Burks. Thence they advance 5 parasangs. Slattery's mounted foot. Where's that bleeding Arthur? Parson Steve, apostate's creed. No, no, Mulligan. A bath there. Shove ahead. Keep a watch on the clock. Chucking out time. Molly, what's on you? My mère, ma mère. British Beatitudes. Ratamplaton, digi, boom, boom. Eyes have it. To be printed and bound at the Druid-drum breast by 2 designing females. Calf covers of pissed-on green. Last word in Archshades. Most beautiful book come out of Ireland in my time. Silentium. Get a spurt on. Tension. Proceed to nearest canteen. And there annex liquor stores. March, tramp, tramp, tramp. The boys are attitudes, parching. Beer, beef, business, Bibles, bulldogs, battleships, buggery, and bishops. Whether on the scaffold high. Beer, beef, trample the Bibles. When for Ireland dear. Trample the tramplers. Booze box. Thunderation, keep the darned military step. We fall. Bishop's booze box. Halt. Heave to. Rugger. Scrum in. No touch kicking. Wow, my tootsies, you hurt? Most amazingly sorry.
All right, everyone, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Enjoy yourself.